This is the skin of a 33-year-old man reading the Twilight Saga for the first time while dealing with ever-increasing back pain and recurrent hemorrhoids that I've had since April 2023. Bella. Look at me, I'm sparkling. Hi, welcome back to Gavin Reads It All. And if it's your first time here, hi, my name is Gavin. I'm 17 and I've been 17. I know that wouldn't wash, would it? May saying I'm 17, that wouldn't wash. I'm 17 and I've been 17 for a while. I've been 17 for 16 years. Damn. I'm almost double the age I was when I was 17. And in this motion picture, I will be reading the original 4 Twilight Saga books. Yes, I do know that there's more. There's like Midnight Sun, Life and Death. There's the Brie one. And I kind of want to save those for a future video, honestly. I kind of want to go all the way to Forks, potentially. Stay in Bella's house, read them. Just saying. So I just want to focus on the original 4 in this video. So here we have Twilight, New Moon, and I love these covers. Honestly, these are the new hardback editions, and I knew as soon as they got announced that I would do this video to celebrate the 20-year anniversary as well of Twilight. But here's Eclipse, and we have Breaking Dawn as well. So I'm reading these 4 books, and yeah, as I just mentioned, it's been 20 years since the very first Twilight book came out. Can you believe it? 20 years since this came out. And I will say, like, my little history with the Twilight Saga is that I saw the first movie when it came out, and then I tried to read the book. Wasn't a big fan, but I still went in the cinema to see the rest of the movies when they came out, and I actually like really enjoyed them. I was a big Twilight Saga fan, but like movie fan. Now I tried to read this again with the hopes of continuing the series and reading all of them. I got through this for the second time and I couldn't do it. I couldn't get through and go to New Moon and beyond. And then I tried a third time with Twilight. I reread this one in 2020 with the hopes of continuing on for the very first time, and yet again I read this and I was like, I can't do it. I can't do it to myself. But in this video, I will push myself to continue the series. Read New Moon for the first time, Eclipse for the first time, and Breaking Dawn for the first time. I have already read these 2 books for this video because I've been a little bit busy. I went to New York recently where I took Twilight and New Moon with me. In spoiler alert, I am enjoying these. I'm not gonna lie, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. So this is not really going to be one of those videos where I'm reading something and I'm hating my life. I mean, there are definitely still issues. There are definitely still some problems with these books, absolutely. And we will be talking about them all because this video will be filled with spoilers, all my thoughts, everything on these books. But for the majority of the time, I do feel like I'm just going to be nostalgic and it's just going to be a good time. We're just here for a good time, okay? So even if you're a Twilight fan or not a Twilight fan, hopefully this video should still be for you. And let me know down below as well. Are you Team Jacob, Team Edward? I, at the minute, am Team Edward and I always have been. Reading these books, though, I'm kind of feeling different feelings. I'm not going to lie, I'm feeling different things. Not that I'm saying I'm Team Jacob either, because, again, there's like some things there that wasn't there before. So I'm just very excited to actually like get started on talking about these books, analysing them a little bit, even though I'm not that smart. Going really in depth with all of the teen angst and the teen angst that are in these books. But yeah, grab yourself a drink, get yourself all nice and cozy because I imagine this is going to be a long video. So be sure to like the video if you enjoy, subscribe if you haven't already, and hold on tight, Spider Monkeys, because we are about to start the entire original 4-book Twilight Saga series. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. And now it's time to wash this off, if it'll even come off. Okay, so I've decided to keep the glitter on because I don't know how easy it's going to come off, so I might as well use it to its full advantage. But I have been to the toilet about 5 times since filming the introduction and filming this update on Twilight, my review of Twilight, and that was not ideal when I had glitter all over my hands. Let's just say I have the foreskin of a killer Bella. And even just trying to like wash it off my hands as well, there's still residual glitter like everywhere. So yeah, I'm kind of dreading washing this off now. So I don't know if I have a choice in the matter whether or not I keep this on. But I did think, you know what, I need to get my money's worth out of this glitter. So here we are doing my review of Twilight in my Edward Cullen cosplay. But anyway, let's talk about Twilight. This is it without the dust jacket. A little boring. A little boring without the dust jacket on. But I'm going to tell you right now that I don't think this is, you know, high literature. I don't think this is the best written story I've ever read, but damned if I wasn't entertained. And damned if I didn't find some enjoyment reading this story. And with it being the 4th time I've read it, and every other time I've been like, no, I don't want to continue reading. This has been the first time, as a 33-year-old adult, I might add, where I've actually wanted to continue. I actually want to continue on with the entire series. And it's so weird to me, but it does feel weirdly nostalgic reading this. And I do think this perfectly captures the, you know, 2005 essence, the mid-2000s, the feelings of teen angst. For better or worse, it definitely captures those feelings. And while there's still a lot to raise my eyebrow over, yeah, I had a great time. I had a great time. I mean, firstly, I love the first line of the story. I do think that Stephenie Meyer set up the story very well. I'd never given much thought to how I would die, though I'd had reason enough in the last few months, but even if I had, I would not have imagined it like this. I mean, there's a couple of concerning things there, honestly, especially with her admitting, and there's probably going to be some intense conversations in this video, and we already get, like, in the very first line of this book that Bella has had thoughts like that, and that's so concerning. Like, the first thing I wanted to do was wrap Bella up and hope that she was okay, get her to talk to someone about it, because I was concerned, and I was continuing to be concerned throughout the entire story. But that's a great first line, because then now you're thinking, well, what strange circumstances happened to make you think of death in this way? And so we meet Fawkes. I mean, I think Fawkes is my favorite character. Honestly, I love Fawkes. I love the setting. In the Olympic Peninsula of Northwest Washington State, a small town named Fawkes exists under a near-constant cover of clouds. It rains on this inconsequential town more than any other place in the United States of America. And I know Miss Meyer, I know she just Googled that and she probably just copied and pasted. But like, that was a great way of setting up the story. It was to Fawkes I now exiled myself, an action that I took with great horror. I detested Fawkes. So here we have this really atmospheric place, and you are now juxtaposing it with someone who doesn't want to be there. She don't want to be there. And why doesn't she want to be there? Honestly, we don't find out for a little while. We really don't. And we keep hearing about Bella being so depressed and so torn up about the fact that she has to do this, even though this was apparently her choice. She keeps telling her parents that she wants to go, and even her own parents are a little bit confused by the whole thing. But, you know, it is explained a little bit later. I'll get to it later. Probably my second favorite character is Charlie Swan. I freaking love Charlie Swan. Oh my gosh. Him in the movies as well. I didn't say it before as a kid. Okay, so you know High School Musical? I had the biggest crush on Zac Efron growing up, okay? And Coach Bolton was not really on my radar back then. However, the turns have tabled. And now I really do fancy Coach Bolton so freaking much. And it's the same here. Like, I fancy, like, I used to be all Team Edward, Team Jacob, whatever. I used to fancy the hell out of them. However, now, you know, because I rewatched the first film with my patrons a couple of weeks ago. Now, fancy the hell out of Carlisle. Fancy the hell out of Charlie Swan. Pigs do not need to fly. I'm going to be writing that fan fiction. I am going to be writing that fan fiction. Oh, Carlisle Swan. Oh, Charlie Cullen. Oh my god. Like, both those names fit so well. Stephenie Meyer, you had one job. But yeah, love the introduction of Charlie. Love the introduction of Fawkes. I love that. That actually kind of hurts coming off, I'm not going to lie. It feels like it's pulling my skin. Ow. Even the air filtered down greenly through the leaves. It was too green, an alien planet. I kind of love that because the movie does have this kind of like greenish tint to it. It's obviously the Twilight filter. I'm using it now for my vlog, just saying. I really wanted to go all out for this vlog, so I'm currently using the filter right now. I don't know if it actually looks good or not, though. I do apologize if it's actually more distracting than useful for this video. Anyway, I kind of love the fact that the director of the first Twilight movie took that line and ran with it. And now we have this iconic Twilight filter. And so I love Charlie, love Fawkes. Bella, I mean, it was nice to be alone, not to have to smile and look pleased. I relieved to stare dejectedly out the window with the sheet and rain and just let a few tears escape. I wasn't in the mood to go on a real crying jag. I would save that for bedtime when I would have to think about the coming morning. And I do get it. Like, she's starting a new school. She's in a new place. I mean, she's been there before. You know, that's where she was born. But as a narrator, as the person telling us the story, Bella telling us the story, I'm like, okay, what's the issue? What's happening here? And it's not really fun to follow that to begin with, because it does really bring you from up here down to down here, if that makes sense. Especially when Bella says things like this, okay? So she's coming from Phoenix. If I looked like a girl from Phoenix should, I could use this to my advantage. But physically, I'd never fit in anywhere. I should be tan, sporty, blonde, yeah. Instead, I was ivory skinned. And yet she would not fit in anywhere. I had always been slender, but soft somehow. Obviously not an athlete. Nothing she is telling me is giving me the impression that she doesn't fit in anywhere physically. You know what I mean? It's like, it feels like the over dramatic teenage self-reflection, which is obviously the point. So I'm not going to criticize Bella too much for that. There's more to criticize her about later on. I am trying to give her so much grace because, again, she is a teenager and I totally understand that. I totally get that. Feelings are so complicated, and you know, you think the worst of yourself at that age too. Don't get me wrong. I think that badly of myself today at 33. And I'm going to stop talking about my age. Oh my God. I didn't sleep well that night, even after I was done crying. Like, I feel bad for her, but at the same time, I'm starting to get like a little bit annoyed. So she's on her way to school, and she tells herself, I can do this. I lied to myself feebly. No one was going to bite me. She's got jokes, guys. She's got jokes. That's so funny. Considering this turns out to be a vampire novel, and she's saying here on page 12, no one was going to bite me. Like, I kind of find that a little bit ironic, but also kind of funny. I do love the sort of subtle things that Stephenie Meyer does to bring you into it. I do think that was kind of well done. So she's actually, you know, at this school, loads of people come up to help her. In fact, she gets 2 guys come up to her, obviously very interested in her, and still she's like, I'm such an outsider and no one likes me, and like, why am I even bothering to be here, and all this, that, and the other. Literally, we meet Mike, we meet Eric, and they're both falling over themselves trying to help her. Fun story as well, actually. I actually met the actor of Mike years ago, it was about like 11 years ago. I looked like shit. He looked pretty good. So yeah, that's a little fun fact for you. You know, when you're doing the icebreaker questions, when you meet people, you have to do like 2 truths and a lie. Sometimes I'll whip out I met an actor from Twilight, and everyone always says I'm bullshitting, but you know what really surprised me about reading this book, even though I've read it 3 times before, is how quickly we meet the Cullens. They are actually introduced on page 15. 15, we actually meet the Cullens. It was there sitting in the lunchroom trying to make conversation with 7 curious strangers that I first saw them. And I was like, here we fucking go. So they didn't look anything alike of the 3 boys. One was big and muscle like a serious weightlifter with dark curly hair, Emmett. Another was taller, leaner, but still muscular and honey blonde, Jasper. The last was lanky, less bulky, with untidy bronze-coloured hair, Edward. The girls were opposites. The tall one was statuesque. She had a beautiful figure, the kind you saw on the cover of Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue, the kind that made every girl around her take a hit on her self-esteem just by being in the same room. Her hair was golden, gently waving to the middle of her back. So Rosalie, of course. And then lastly, the short girl was pixie-like, thin in the extreme with small features. Her hair was a deep black, cropped short and pointing in every direction. So there we have Alice. So it was really nice to actually meet them pretty early on. But then I will say it takes so long to even like approach them again. Like, we do get obviously a lot of Edward, but it's nearly page 200 before we really get more of like a conversation with them. And this is page 15. And so like, I feel like one thing, like, I do enjoy this book in a sense. One thing I don't think Stephenie Meyer does well is like the pacing of it. I do think she kind of underutilizes a lot of the characters outside of Bella and Edward. It takes too long to really get to know them. And there's like other reasons why I think this later on, and when we get to it, I will explain a bit more in depth. But then even like with Jessica, her, you know, Bella's friend, and Mike, even at times, Angela, you don't really get too much of them. And I do understand it's because it's from Bella's point of view. So she obviously doesn't really care that much. All she really cares about, and you're going to hear this like 25 million times, all she cares about really is Edward. So you do get so much more of him than you do anyone else. I get it. But from a narrative standpoint, from a kind of world building standpoint, it isn't really that effective because it makes all of the other secondary characters feel so, you know, dry, so two-dimensional, and I can never really feel any kind of connection of Bella with anyone else but Edward in this book. Is that a genius move from Stephenie Meyer, or was that an oversight in the writing, you know, aspect of this story? I'll probably never know unless I reach out and ask for an interview. Do you think she'll be up for it? I doubt it. But no, I love that Bella is giving kind of bisexual vibes looking at the Cullens. And honestly, I would have loved it if this story had have pursued a more sapphic route. She's calling all of them devastatingly and humanly beautiful. It was hard to decide which was the most beautiful. Maybe the perfect blonde girl or the bronze-haired boy. Like, come on. It's so funny when Jessica tells Bella their names. Edward and Emmett, Rosalie and Jasper, Alice. Bella says, strange, unpopular names, I thought. I mean, Alice is a strange and unpopular name. Edward is a strange and unpopular name. I mean, I know I'm in the UK, so maybe they are more popular here than they are in America. But still, Alice? You think Alice is an unpopular and strange name? I mean, Emmett, I would probably say a bit. Rosalie, don't meet many of them. Jasper, yeah, also don't meet many of them. Really, Edward and Alice. So the first, like, very iconic scene is obviously the scene where Bella walks into the classroom and Edward has a sniff. And he's like, ooh, bitch, it stank. That is the first, like, iconic moment. Happens on page 19. So I'm telling you, like, the pacing of it feels pretty quick to begin with, really mellows out in the middle, and then picks up in the last 100 pages. Just as I passed, he suddenly went rigid in his seat. He stared at me again, meeting my eyes with the strangest expression on his face. It was hostile, furious. I mean, I'd be furious as well if someone let rip right in front of us. And it was the first time meeting them as well. I noticed his eyes were black, coal black. He was leaning away from me, sitting on the extreme edge of his chair and averting his face like he smelled something bad. I mean, but this really doesn't make Edward look good. Like, we should not be rooting for him at this moment in time. He literally has a face full of revulsion. If looks could kill, she thinks. Honestly, if that was me and someone was like that with me the very first time meeting them, I don't think I would ever go to the lengths that Bella goes through, for one, especially after this. But like, yeah, like it's just so rude. It's so, I know there's a reason Edward does it, but here and now, honestly, I totally feel for Bella here, because yeah, that's like so bad. On your first day as well, and you're already so worried about your first day, and then the hottest guy looks at you with revulsion. I'd never recover. Fun fact as well, the gym teacher is called Coach Clap. I wonder if they've been checked. Fortunately, Bella does start to feel a lot more comfortable at the school. So like, she is starting to fit in. You know, she actually does have a really good group of friends. Literally on the first day, again, she doesn't fit in, remember? She's ivory skin, she doesn't fit in. She will never be accepted. However, she does have a good group of friends on day one. And she meets like the future love of her life on day one as well. When Edward comes back as well, I think she lets him off too easy. I do. I think she lets him off too easy. So he comes back, he's staring at her. Jess mentions that. And then they're sitting next to each other again. Hello, said a quiet musical voice. How is the musical? Does he sound like Adele? Can you imagine Bella sitting down and then all she hears is, hello, it's me. It's like, but like, how is his voice musical? This isn't the first time Stephenie Meyer says his voice is musical. I'm like, describe it. How is it musical? Is it the cadence? Is it the pitch? Like, my mind was spinning with confusion. Had I made up the whole thing? He was perfectly polite now. Girl, don't let him off. Don't let him off. He's literally like ladies' first partner. I'm just like, just as a respectful person, like, I know Edward's a vampire and all this and the other, but like, as a respectful person, at least be like, oh, I'm sorry for the way I was last week. I was going through something. You know, like, you didn't have to like fully explain it. But the fact that I just like acts like nothing happened, this is what grinds my gears with people, is when they do something awful to you and then they carry on as if nothing happened without any explanation, without any form of apology. So honestly, it rubs me up the wrong way. I know I'm Team Edward, but that's mainly because we don't have a lot of choice. We really don't have a lot of choice. Just be like, just say sorry. Just be like, oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that. Don't just be like, ladies first partner, hello from the other side. You know what I mean? Don't give me that. Don't give me that without saying sorry first. Is it too late now to say sorry? It's that musical voice of his. It's starting to make me feel very musical myself. But I do love that Bella's starting to like get closer to him. It does happen really quickly, by the way. But like, she's getting closer to him. I love the fact that she can touch him and he's like really cold. So we got some signs that he's dead. His eyes have changed colour. Obvious sign of a vampire. If ever I saw one. 39 pages in, we do find out why Bella came. And that was because her mother got remarried. Her new husband, Phil, travels a lot. And she didn't really want to do that. She didn't want to do all that travelling. And so she decided to spend some quality time with her dad, Charlie. And Edward says, and now you're unhappy. And I challenged. That doesn't seem fair. He shrugged, but his eyes were still intense. I laughed without humour. Hasn't anyone ever told you life isn't fair? I'm sorry, that was very overdramatic. And he says, you put on a good show, but I'd be willing to bet that you're suffering more than you let anyone see. I'm just like, I can't just chalk everything down to it being complex teenage feelings When, again, I'm not really saying exactly why she's this torn up about it, why she's this depressed about it. You know, because, like, she is enjoying herself. She's more comfortable and stuff like that. Like, she loves her dad. Her dad is more like her than she is with her mother. So, like, she is happy, not? I don't know. Again, I know it's... This is why I don't know if I can completely talk on Bella's state of mind. Because I know as soon as I have an objection, someone's going to say, but she's a teenager. I get it. But, like, it's not really being very well described or very well put across her feelings and why she feels this way. I'd be willing to bet that you're suffering more than you let anyone say. I'm just like, suffering. It's just so overdramatic. So the next iconic scene is the car scene. Oh, I love this scene. It was a high-pitched screech, and it was fast becoming painfully loud. I looked up startled. Edward Cullen was standing 4 cars down from me, staring at me in horror. It was a dark blue van that was skidding, tires locked and squealing against the brakes, spinning wildly across the ice of the parking lot. I was standing between them. I didn't even have time to close my eyes. Then I felt something solid and cold pinning me to the ground, and the large hands fitting providentially into a deep dent in the side of the van's body. And it turned out to be Edward Cullen. And she's like, how did you get over here so fast? I was standing right next to you, Bella. You were over there. You were by your car. No, I wasn't. Bella, I was standing with you and I pulled you out the way. I actually wrote here, gaslight, gatekeep, garlic breath. Because you can imagine, can't you? You can imagine. But yeah, he obviously needs to lie to her because he can't reveal his secret just yet. So, you know, he's got like supersonic speed. He sparkles. You can't really say that right now. Is she sleeping? A musical voice asks. Again, why is Edward's voice musical? I love that we meet Carlisle, but literally the description of him is shit. It's so bad. Then a doctor walked around the corner, my mouth fell open. He was young, he was blonde, and he was handsomer than any movie star I'd ever seen. He was pale though and tired looking with ciggles under his eyes. From Charlie's description, this had to be Edward's father. That's it. That's all we get of this young, talented doctor. Like, I'm not swooning here. I'm not swooning here. And I always find it so lazy when people are like, oh, he looks like a model. Oh, he looks like a Greek god. Oh, he looks like a movie star. Like, what movie star? Which movie star are we talking about? Steve Buscemi? Literally, it does not narrow it down. How many movie stars are there out there? Too many to name. Most of the school seems to be in the waiting room. Like, it shows you how much these secondary characters do actually care about Bella. 51 pages in, and again, Bella doesn't really reciprocate. She don't reciprocate, which honestly doesn't make her very likable. And I'm, again, giving Bella so much grace. I do fundamentally like her, but she is very frustrating. She can be very unlikable, and I probably feel pity for her more than anything else. But I'm like, this is a green flag for your friends. She shows zero appreciation. Okay, so when we get back to Edward, he is stroppy again. Okay, Stephenie Meyer, question. Why is your penis on a dead girl's phone? I'm kidding. That's a How to Get Away with Murder reference if you do not know. Why are we having such a stroppy mood, kind of up and down kind of love interest here? It's honestly like the most repelling kind of introduction to a love interest I've ever read. Because one minute this guy seems to be so nice, the next he's not. He just makes trouble for himself. If you ask me, Edward makes trouble for himself. He loves to be like, oh, I'm so dangerous and I can't be a friend to you because I'm so dangerous and I could kill you, blah, blah, blah. And then he still does the opposite. He's like the most hypocritical character I've ever met in a book. So Stephenie Meyer, why did you think that was an endearing introduction to your predominant love interest in the first Twilight book? And again, this could be a teenage thing. Maybe people are just attracted to guys like that. Guys who can like flip the switch in 1 second. Oh, he's just so rude. He's literally just, yeah, I'm being very rude, I know, but it's better this way, really. And yet he keeps coming back for more. It's better when our friends, trust me. You think I regret saving your life? I know you do, I snapped. You don't know anything. He was definitely mad. Yeah, whose fault is that? Whose fault is it that she doesn't know anything? You're giving her such hot and cold, yes and no, in and out, up and down messages. Hilarious though when all the boys were asking Bella if she would ask them to go to the spring dance. That was hilarious. Mike, Eric, Tyler, everyone's like, what do you ask me at the spring dance? That was so funny. Okay, Bella is not allowed to say that she cannot fit in anymore. She's being portrayed as so desirable by 4 men in the first 64 pages of this book. She's so hotly desired by these people. And I get it, you know, her own self-worth, well, is not connected to herself. Her self-worth is connected to Edward, as we will soon see. But again, I'm getting so many mixed messages from the actual book itself. Honestly, Edward, I can't keep up with you. I thought you just want to be my friend. I said it would be better if we weren't friends, not that I didn't want to be. It will be more prudent for you not to be my friend, but I'm tired of trying to stay away from you, Bella. All of this was in the same chapter, by the way. All of this was in the same chapter. I'm like, slap that man. Slap him. And especially after all of this. And again, like, I totally get the infatuation of it all, but the way that she falls so quickly after the way he's been and the way he's treated her, she's like, well, she doesn't see him at dinner. Disappointment flooded through me as my eyes unerringly focused on his table. The other four were there, but he was absent. I'd lost my appetite. I bought nothing but a bottle of lemonade. I just want to go sit down and sulk. So it's definitely not healthy, for one, for you to completely lose your appetite when somebody who you are starting to fall for isn't there, and for you to not eat. That is very unhealthy. I'm going to see a lot of unhealthy things coming, unfortunately. Aren't you hungry, he asked. No. I didn't feel like mentioning that my stomach was already full of butterflies. That's kind of corny. That's kind of corny. Sometimes I forget this is a romance. And then a line like that gets me and I'm like, oh. Like, it's kind of corny but kind of cute at the same time, you know? Like, that's cute. There are other times when it's not. And I just love how Edward keeps trying to push her away, but like also keeps her close. What if I'm not a superhero? What if I'm the bad guy? Duh. What if I'm the bad guy? You're dangerous, I guessed. Honestly, it's so funny, isn't it? When you have a guy, you know, being this way, and he's like, I'm so bad, girl. Comes across as a little bit try-hard. And I don't fully hate Edward. I really don't. Like, I do think he's full of himself. He's very conceited. Sometimes the banter between him and Bella is pretty good. Like, they do have good banter. So obviously, speaking of Edward, Bella, the love between them, we can't really move forward with that until we talk about Jacob Black. So here's introduced on page 96 in my copy of Twilight. The boy who noticed me was named Jacob. He looked 14, maybe 15. And this was again when I was like, oh, he's too young. He is way too young. Bella is 17. He is, well, 14, just turned 15, as Jacob confirms. And while Bella knows his older sisters, it's still very weird and a little bit icky to think of like any kind of romance between them. At least coming from my perspective. I mean, it's absolutely all right if you do. But I'm like, you know, 14 turning 15. I don't know. I don't know about that, guys. And especially since Bella does use him in this moment to get more information about the Cullens, and like she kind of like flirts with him a little bit, and she even feels guilty herself for doing that. And I do feel like it is extremely odd to do that when she didn't really need to. I think Jacob was obviously like, you know, pretty, you know, swell with her anyway. She didn't need to go the extra mile and like pretend to flirt with him in order to get this information. They do get on so well. Like, she says he's very easy to talk to and he's very happy to talk to her. So she didn't really need to do that. She didn't need to do that. Interesting to hear about the fact that the Cullens don't come here. They don't come to La Push. It is their territory. And then it does talk about like werewolves and vampires. And I'm like, this is like such an on the nose kind of unfolding of that mystery, you know, because it seems like everyone should pretty much know about it already. And like, no one does. Like, Jacob doesn't seem to get the hint. And Bella definitely doesn't get the hint just yet. They're like, oh yeah, like our descendants were descended from wolves, and you know, the cold ones, the bloodsuckers aren't allowed to come on our, you know, patch, and we're not allowed to go on their patch. And then the same cold ones in like the vampires and stuff like this. And it's just a story. It's just a story, like silly us. But the fact that we're having all of this information right now is kind of crazy. Like, we're 100 pages in. Bella hasn't made the connection yet about the vampire thing, and to have it come out this way, I don't know. It didn't come across as. I mean, in the movie, I remember it happening pretty much the exact same way, but I don't know, it didn't feel as natural reading it. And yeah, Bella does feel guilty knowing that I'd used him, like knowing that she'd used Jacob, but I really did like Jacob. He was someone I could easily be friends with. And you're going to see how Bella progresses with that in New Moon. It's interesting. It's interesting. Oh, and like, how on the nose can he be as well? Bella has a nightmare. Too many dreams and nightmares, I must admit. But like, she has like a nightmare where she sees Jacob and she shouts Jacob. Jacob, I screamed, but he was gone. In his place was a large red-brown wolf with black eyes. Like, how obvious can he be there, Miss Meyer? How obvious did you want the reveal of Jacob being a werewolf in the second book to come across as a surprise? The fact that you're showing us right here, and Bella obviously doesn't get it. And yeah, Bella asks a question on page 113. Why is your penis on a dead falcon? Could the Cullens be vampires? And this is why I much prefer the movie over the book when it comes to like the reveal of like Edward, like at least like the confrontation is we have obviously Bella go with Jessica and Angela to like try on clothes and stuff. Well, Bella watches them do like the clothes things for the like the spring prom thing. We have the moment when Bella is by herself and, she sees 4 men. And obviously that's like a terrifying situation. I could not imagine what it's like for a woman or like a girl to be like walking, down the street and having these 4 men be like so intimidating. Like they don't even need to do anything. Just the fact that they're there is so... Like, I got shivers reading this part, and I was like, okay, yeah, like, this is, like, really effective writing. It really does feel like something that comes from such a personal place, and I could feel the fear. I really could. I wasn't being followed. I was being herded. And then we have Edward, like, come and save the day, which is great. Like, I love that for him. Green flag. But then we get a red flag when we find out, yeah, Edward was pretty much following her the entire day, which is, like, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Like, I'm glad you helped, and I'm glad you saved her, but you're a stalker. You're kind of a stalker. He literally followed her to Port Angeles. And he's telling her straight, like, I'm so surprised at how this is coming out. He's actually telling her that he went looking for her at the bookstore, and I saw in her head, I could tell that you hadn't gone in and that you'd gone south, and I knew you would have to turn around soon. And he's talking about Jessica there. Like, he looked in her head, and I'm just like, he's confessing right now, randomly, at this restaurant and stuff, that he can, see into people's minds. And he can read people's minds. Apart from Bella's, can't read Bella's. But like, he's revealing all this information. And it's like the most unspectacular reveal. Because they're literally just in a restaurant, and then they get into the car. And this is when, again, like the movie does it so much better. This is when Edward reveals he's a vampire in the car from the restaurant. You know how in the movie it's in the meadow? And she's like, how old are you? And he's like, 17. She's like, how long have you been 17? That happens in the car. The car on the way from the restaurant in the book. But even before that part, she mentions that Jacob, like she drops Jacob right into it. She mentions Jacob mentioned about vampires. And you immediately thought, me? No, he mentioned your family. And she says, it doesn't matter to me what you are. He laughs, you don't care if I'm a monster, if I'm not human? No. How old are you? 17, he answered promptly. And how long have you been 17? I love that quote though. That's a great line. Like, oh, I'm 17. Yeah, but how long have you been 17? That is good. That is good. I love that. His lips twitched as he stared at the road. A while, he admitted. So that is the confirmation that he's a vampire, and it's in the freaking car. Like, it's so underwhelming. And he tells her about the fact that they can't go out during the daytime, myth. Burn by the sun, myth. Sleeping in coffins, myth. All this. He's telling her that he's a vegetarian vampire, and his family are all vegetarians. So yeah, he's telling her why they can't go out in the sunlight. I'll show you sometime. I love the fact that the movie just merged all that together. Merged the whole, like, 17, how long you been 17, with, like, showing her, flashing her, essentially, his sparkly skin. And then we end this chapter. And again, this is like a love-hate relationship. I have a love-hate relationship with Twilight. Like, I love it, but I also despise it. At the end of this chapter, 159 pages in, about 3 things I was absolutely positive. First, Edward was a vampire. Second, there was a part of him, and I didn't know how potent that part might be, that thirsted for my blood. And third, I was unconditionally and irrevocably in love with him. I love that paragraph, but at the same time, it's come too quickly. I would feel some certain kind of way towards somebody who saved my life, absolutely. Somebody who showed so much mystery and, like, lured me in and made me feel a certain type of way. Of course, I would find them fascinating, even as a teenager. But I don't know, I don't like the pacing of this. The pacing is way too quick here. And then it does, like, slow to a halt. And then the last 100 pages is, like, the whole Victoria James Laurent thing. It's such an uneven story. But I can't deny how effective that paragraph was. That was good. That was good. But you should not be irrevocably and unconditionally in love with him at this stage. Girl, get some self-respect. And I've got to admit, I was kind of kicking my feet a little bit. Because when Jess comes up to Bella and she's like, so what are you and Edward? What's going on? She's like, so you like him? And, Bella says yes. I mean, do you really like him? And Bella says yes. And she was blushing. How much do you like him, Jess says? Too much, I whispered back. More than he likes me, but I don't see how I can help that. I was kicking my feet at this moment. It was very sweet. Like, this felt like a genuine conversation between friends, teenagers, and someone who thinks that she's in love. And it made me blush. It made me blush. I was like, that's really, really sweet. But again, like, he's a walking red flag, is our Edward. Glad he saved her a couple of times now, actually. He did save her a couple of times. But, like, the stalking... He has no boundaries as well. So when Bella has a conversation with Mike, he's eavesdropping. He is that really intense boyfriend who does not let you have any control of yourself. Like, he wants to have control. And that's a really scary thing. That's a really unhealthy thing. And we should not be romanticizing that. We really shouldn't. So that is why I'm conflicted about this, because on a very real human level, everything that Edward is doing is showing him as a controlling and an emotionally manipulative and abusive person. He's shown us that already. We're 170 pages in, and she's already in love with him. And on the flip side of that as well, he's a vampire. He is a monster. He's supposed to be bad for her. I get that part too. I do. I see both sides of the argument. But it's like these days when I watch The Little Mermaid, I'm on King Triton's side. Ariel is way too young to be going off with someone she hasn't even really fully met. She's only seen him from a distance, even though Prince Eric was my gay awakening. I'm still on King Triton's side. And it's the same here as well. I'm on the side of the adult. I'm on the side of common sense. Oh, but even Edward, the things he comes out with, if leaving is the right thing to do, then I'll hurt myself to keep from hurting you, to keep you safe. Like, if I was Bella, I would have just burst out laughing right there and then. I was like, who do you think you are? After everything you're saying, like, be with me, don't be with me. We can't be friends, we can be friends. I can't keep away from you. I must keep away from you for your own safety, for your own health. He's so exhausting. But I'm still Team Edward. Fuck. So then, you might as well get your book out as well. You might as well follow along. So then, page 199 is when you finally start to get a little bit more of the other Cullens. And even then, it's still like a slow build. But, you know, we hear that Alice is the most supportive of Edward. And it's taken this long to get even more of a sense of them. And I find that something that really does let this book down is that we really do focus a little bit too much on Bella and Edward, which I get because this is first person narrative. Bella is our main character. And so in a way, it does make sense. But the fact that Alice, Rosalie, Jasper, Emmett are also at her school, and we really don't get anything of them. Again, it's underdeveloping them. And it's not giving me the feelings that I get from the movie, where I feel such an attachment to the Cullens and I kind of want to be part of the Cullens. This one's not making me want to be part of the Cullens. And the conflict between Rosalie and Bella comes across as very, you know, superficial and not well developed at all in the book. So the only way we know that Rosalie doesn't like Bella is that she glares at her. She glares with dark, cold eyes. I want to look away, but her gaze held me until Edward broke off mid-sentence and made an angry noise under his breath. It was almost a hiss. So, like, we do have, like, some genuine reasons why Rosalie doesn't really like Bella, but this is where we could have benefited from having more interactions with them before, because just having someone snarling at you when you first, which reminds me of Edward. Remind you of anyone? But no, I just don't think, like, growling at someone is, like, an effective way of making you have conflict between two characters. Oh, yeah, Bella says, since I'd come to Forks, it really seemed like my life was about him. Unhealthy. He was too perfect. We get a lot of mentions of Edward being too perfect, being an angel, being good at everything. That also gets very tiring. When you've been alive for over 100 years, I imagine you will be good at everything. Absolutely. But the way she talks about it is so off-putting. Anyway, we get to the meadow, which looks so beautiful, by the way. So beautiful. And Edward seemed to take a deep breath and then stepped out into the bright glow of the midday sun. So let's talk about I've got this going to be Killer Bella. Because that actual line does not come from the book. It isn't in the book. His skin, white despite the faint flush from yesterday's hunting trip, literally sparkled. Like thousands of tiny diamonds were embedded in the surface. Just like me. A perfect statue carved in some unknown stone, smooth like marble, glittering like crystal. Now and then his lips would move so fast it looked like they were trembling, but when I asked, he told me he was singing to himself. It was too low for me to hear. Yeah, because to top off this entire interaction, he's fucking singing. What is he singing, you ask? It'll be some Adele song. Go easy on me, baby. I don't scare you, he asked playfully. I don't scare you? Like, imagine, this is me asking you. I don't scare you? Right now? I don't scare you. Are you sure? Are you sure I don't scare you right now? Oh my god. Of course, Edward does not scare us while he looks like a vajazzled dildo. I'm the world's best predator, aren't I? Everything about me invites you in. My voice, my face, even my smell. As if I need any of that. As if you could outrun me. As if you could fight me off. He's having fun with this. And I do like the tension of the scene. Like, he's trying to come across as very, you know, dangerous. Very hard to pull off, honestly. Very hard to pull off. He's trying to come across as very dangerous. But he's like, I promise, I swear not to hurt you. Don't be afraid. As much as I just want to laugh the entire way through, I get the message. And so, yeah, Edward is like, I'm essentially a selfish creature. I crave your company too much to do what I should. Bella says, I'm glad. And he says, don't be. Don't be glad. So what you're saying is I'm your brand of heroin, Bella says. He smiled. Yes, you are exactly my brand of heroin. I do like that finally 220 pages in, he explains why he reacted the way he did when he first met her. But yeah, it's Bella's response to it that I'm just like, damn. So she's saying, I was filled with compassion for his suffering, even now as he confessed his craving to take my life. Ugh. Bella, I couldn't live with myself if I ever hurt you. You don't know how it's tortured me. The thought of you, still, white, cold, to never see you blush scarlet again, to never see that flash of intuition in your eyes when you see through my pretenses. It will be unendurable. You are the most important thing to me now, the most important thing to me ever. So quick. It just happened so quick. And so the lion fell in love with the lamb. What a stupid lamb, I sighed. What a sick, masochistic lion. I love that exchange as well. I do like the whole lion fell in love with the lamb thing. I do love that analogy. But these words that Edward is saying sounds eerily similar to what abusive men say in real life. Do you not think? And we also don't even have the spider monkey bit as well. He calls her little coward. Come on, little coward, climb on my back. It's funny. It's funny. Again, like, I'm very conflicted with the scene. There's just too much that's too reminiscent to real life horror stories of how men treat women. But also I get that this is a conversation between a vampire and a human. And obviously like how that comes across as. I feel like I would feel more comfortable with this if it was like adult and not teenagers. But again, when I was a teenager myself, I did eat up the movies. Not the book, the movies. I ate it all up. They had their first kiss, which, you know, his cold marble lips pressed very softly against mine. But what neither of us was prepared for was my response. Blood boiled under my skin, burned in my lips. And she kind of like has like such a passionate reaction to him. And you know what's really weird as well is, and it, again, like should be a big red flag for Edward from Bella, is that when they kiss again later on, Bella collapses. Bella collapses. Like the way that she has thrown herself so utterly and completely at his mercy, and the way that her body reacts to him, again, unhealthy. That's going to be the word of the day. Oh, God. We get to like some of the worst parts of this as well, by the way. So we find out that Edward knows where she keeps the hider key. He's already unlocked the door. I was curious about you. You spied on me? But somehow I couldn't infuse my voice with a proper outrage. I was flattered. Flattered. He was unrepentant. What else is there to do at night? Literally anything else. Read a book. Watch some TV. Go for a walk. You do not watch her sleep at night. I come here almost every night. I whirled, stunned. Why? You're interesting when you sleep, he spoke matter-of-factly. You talk. You did say my name, he admitted. I sighed in defeat. A lot? How much do you mean by a lot exactly? He needs boundaries. This is insane. This is too much. Look, I don't care how much in love I was with someone. If I found out that they'd been secretly watching me sleep for weeks, they knew exactly where my hider key was. They'd already opened the door with it. Oh my God. And this is why Bella's reaction to this is that she's flattered. She isn't repulsed. I mean, she's a little bit embarrassed, but like, this is not all on Bella as well. Don't think I'm blaming Bella for everything, okay? Again, she's a teenage girl, I get it. But I need there to be more consequences for this. He says all the right things as well. I never imagined anything like this. I didn't believe I would ever find someone I wanted to be with in another way than my brothers and sisters. And then to find, even though it's all new to me, that I'm good at being with you. Look, he's good at everything. He's perfect. That was the first time I came here. I wrestled all night while watching you sleep, with a chasm between what I knew was right, moral, ethical, and what I wanted. As I was sleeping, you said my name. The feeling that coursed through me was unnerving, staggering, and I knew I couldn't ignore you any longer. It's like I have to kind of overlook that, as awful as it is for me to say. I have to overlook that because I have 3 more books where like I know their end game. I've seen the movies. So it's like, if I want to continue liking reading this series, I kind of have to turn a blind eye myself, which is so hypocritical of me, considering I'm telling Bella off for doing the same thing. But hey, I'm not the one who is romancing and being courted by Edward, okay? I can judge from a distance. And then they're talking about marriage already. Rosie and Emmett will get married soon. Is that marriage the same as it is for humans? And then he's like, is that what you're getting at? Yes, I suppose it's much the same. I told you most of these human desires are there, just hidden behind more powerful desires. Was there a purpose behind your curiosity? Well, I did wonder about you and me someday. Marriage already? Already. Now, I do know that Stephenie Meyer is Mormon. I do understand. There is definitely a lot of that that has permitted the text. Absolutely. This is crazy. And this is not me criticizing anyone who's Mormon or Mormonism or anything like that. The way that this book is presenting this relationship between a teenage vampire and a teenage human is so quick, so concerning. Oh, and then the way she reacts to him as well when she realizes he stayed the whole night. Edward, you stayed, I rejoiced and thoughtlessly threw myself across the room and into his lap. In the instant that my thoughts caught up with my actions, I Photoshop my own uncontrollable enthusiasm. She threw herself at Edward, realizing he stayed, and he says that he heard in her sleep Bella say that she loves Edward. You knew that already, I reminded him. It was nice to hear just the same. I love you, I whispered. You are my life now, he answered simply. It's too much too quickly. Are you going to tell Charlie I'm your boyfriend or not? Is that what you are? It's a loose interpretation of the word boy, I'll admit. And Bella says, I was under the impression that you were something more, actually. What could be more than a boyfriend? A husband? You were under the impression... She kisses him and she collapses. If somebody was that intensely into me after such a short period of time, I would run. I know this is not the same kind of situation, but I would run. So skipping all of the, meeting the Cullens properly again, getting a little bit more of their backstory, which I do like. I do like getting to know more about the Cullens. I do like getting, more information about Carlisle, about Esme, and stuff like that. And even getting some, vampiric lore as well, how to kill them. Although we don't find out how to kill them, just that they're very hard to kill. But I really want to talk about the ball game. The ball game is so iconic in the movie. And I love the fact that vampires like baseball. It's the American pastime. I was getting I Don't Dance vibes from High School Musical 2 in my head at this moment. But I love the atmosphere of it because they have to wait until there's thunder for them to play. And yeah, I love the atmosphere. As soon as she spoke, a deep rumble of thunder shook the forest beyond us and then crashed westward toward town. And the fact that when they hit the ball and stuff, you hear it's so fast and so hard that you hear thunder itself. So they need thunder, it's so good. I do like that. We also have Edward saying for the first time as well, page 297, I love you, he said. It's a poor excuse for what I'm doing, but it's still true. It was the first time he said he'd love me in so many words. He might not realize it, but I certainly did. The crack of impact was shattering, thunderous. It echoed off the mountains. I immediately understood the necessity of the thunderstorm. Balls shot like a meteor above the field, flying deep into the surrounding forest. What a great scene in the film. I'm going to try not to compare the film too much, but great scene in the film. It's okay. Probably one of the last few things I want to talk about is the fact that we don't meet the villains until page 305. We don't hear about there being any kind of villain anyway until page 302. It takes over 300 pages for the proper conflict to come into this. Which is why I'm saying Stephenie Meyer did not do the best job at pacing this. Something that again, the movie did better was sprinkling in before the introduction of Victoria, James, Laurent, the attacks, just hearing about the attacks, just seeing the attacks and stuff. Even if Bella had said, and we do get this in New Moon, but even if Bella had thought, oh, Charlie, he's talking about these random attacks happening, we don't get anything like that. But then 302 pages in, Alice can see them. Alice suddenly gasped. I didn't say I couldn't tell, she whispered. They were traveling much quicker than I thought. I can say I had the perspective wrong before. They heard us playing and it changed their path. And we don't know what's going on. We don't know who they are, what she's talking about. And I kind of love that we kind of just suddenly changed to have this really dramatic kind of event start to happen. We have these 3 vampires coming for Bella. Or at least they're not coming for Bella now. They heard all of the commotion, the game happening. And so they're on their way to see them. So they're not after Bella right now. But it's so tense, especially since Bella is human. And she shouldn't be there. Manfred was easily the most beautiful, his skin olive-toned beneath the typical pallor, his hair a glossy black. He was of a medium build, hard-muscled, of course, but nothing next to Emma's brown. But yeah, I like their introduction. They seem to be rather, friendly at first, until, it goes balls to the walls crazy. James, his nostrils flare. And it's not as dramatic as in the movie, but, you can sense something is wrong. And this is when Bella's okay, I need to tell my dad I need to leave, and she needs to get out of there because James is a tracker and he's not going to leave her alone. So we're going to have to kill him. This is when the story really started to pick up in the last 100 pages of the book. There was an actual plot in the last 100 pages of the book. Oh, and poor Charlie as well. When she's I want to leave this boring, stupid town, Mom, hate it, I can't stay here another minute. Just let me go, Charlie. I repeated my mother's last words as she'd walked out the same door so many years ago. How devastating. Charlie does not deserve that, but I get it. I understand. But it breaks my heart because Charlie, love him so much. And honestly, I don't even think there's that much more to say about like the end. I do really enjoy the last 100 pages of this. I love that Alice and Jasper help Bella. I love the plan. I love how they're working together. I love that Alice can see and she can sort of, help with the situation, know that their plan is kind of going to work, but only up to a certain point. Because if someone changes their mind, she doesn't see it when they change their mind. She only sees what someone's like decided now kind of thing. So I like that. And I like that it hasn't overpowered Alice. I do think Stephenie Meyer did a good job with Alice's powers. And I know they're still like trying to sell this whole Bella and Edward love story. It's been almost a century that Edward's been alone. And now he's found you. You can't see the changes that we see, where you have been with him for so long. Do you think any of us want to look into his eyes for the next 100 years if he loses you? Like, I get it from an outside perspective. I feel like because we got most of it from Bella's point of view and it feels a little bit too intense and a little too unhealthy, that I'm having a different kind of mindset when it comes to Bella and Edward together. But hearing it come from Alice, I think helps a little bit in seeing how healthy it can be and how much it has helped each other. But again, like that dependence, and it does come to fruition a lot more in New Moon. That dependence it's deadly. It's really deadly. But from an outside perspective, it seems quite lovely. I hate the fact that Alice, though, mentions that James is watching TV in her vision. Because at that point, I'm like, Bella should have connected the dots when she gets the phone call and she thinks it's her mum. She should have connected the dots that was not her mum talking on the phone. That it was a recording. It was a home videotape. The fact Alice sees his VCR and he's watching TV, that gave it away, I think. That did give it away. There are some changes between this and the movie as well. So Alice, Jasper, and Bella do go to the airport and they want to wait for Edward to touch down. But Bella gives them the slip in the airport and then goes to Phoenix to see James. She gets there so quickly. And then she gets to James and he's like, oh, this was so easy. And yeah, it kind of was. Like, it was so easy getting her there. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed. I expected a much greater challenge. So we find out that James actually has a connection to Alice in this. So Alice was the only other person who ever escaped him in the past. I can't remember if the movie ever mentioned that. And I only just rewatched it as well a couple of weeks ago. Did James mention that he has history with Alice? Yeah, so it was because of James chasing Alice. Her master decided to change Alice to save her from James. So that's the reason why she's a vampire. And he destroyed the old one in vengeance. And he was surprised to see her in the clearing. I don't recall that being in the movie. I don't know if that overcomplicates things, but yeah, I don't recall that in the movie. Yeah, Edward comes, he is the angel, he helps, he saves her. I do appreciate the fact that Edward managed to save Bella without, turning her, being able to control himself and stopping himself from, he's sucking out the venom from James's bite, and he's able to stop himself. Carlisle is the only other vampire who's been able to do that, and it does kind of show how much he does love her, I guess. Because he was able to stop. It was impossible to stop. Impossible, but I did. I must love you. That is sweet. Can you tell how conflicted I am? But this is when I'm really frustrated with the portrayal of Bella here. Because Bella wants to die. She is willing to give up her life to become a vampire like Edward, to be with Edward. Not because she really wants to be a vampire. Not because that's something she's always wanted or anything. But because she loves Edward. She's willing to give up her life. She's 17. She's asking him why he stopped. Why did he not turn her? Her excuse is, I'll be the first to admit I have no experience with relationships, but it just seems logical. A man and woman have to be somewhat equal, as in one of them can't always be swooping in and saving the other one. They have to save each other equally. But she's not saying it in a way of oh, she wants to save Edward herself. She's saying it because she just wants to be with him. She's saying her life was over. I wasn't giving anything up. No, that's not true. Edward even says, what about Charlie? What about Renee? I struggle to answer his questions. I can't take care of them forever. I have my own life to live. Exactly, he snapped, and I won't end it for you. So this is when I really respect Edward for just not turning her and allowing her to die at 17 to be with him forever. Because that's essentially what it is. I get him, I may not die now, but I'm going to die sometime. Every minute of the day I get closer and I'm going to get old. And he says that's how it's supposed to happen, how it should happen, how it would have happened if I didn't exist, and I shouldn't exist. And apparently Alice already saw her become a vampire, so way to spoil later on in the series. She knows I'm going to be like you someday. She's wrong. She also saw you dead, but that didn't happen either. So obviously her visions can change. So it's not really giving it away too much, but even just planting that seed into our heads as readers is not great. I don't like that was revealed. But even then, right, there's an epilogue, they like the prom thing, and she still will not give it up. She's like, some things don't have to end. As in like be with Edward forever. And Edward says, I brought you to prom because I don't want you to miss anything. I don't want my presence to take away anything from you if I can help it. I want you to be human. I want your life to continue as it would have if I died in 1918, like I should have. Bella says, I was hoping you changed your mind, that you were going to change me after all. And I'm just like, she is asking him to kill her. I know she's going to be immortal and she's going to be a vampire and stuff like that. So like, it's not exactly the same thing, but like, it's the implication of that. It's the fact that Bella desperately wants to die for him and the things that happen in New Moon. And we will talk about that when we talk about New Moon. That is not healthy for a teenage girl to say. She's barely lived her life. She should not be wanting to give that up for a man. Not for a man. So I am conflicted, but this is a very easy read. It can be very entertaining and I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it. I thought it was very good at times. Reading this was like my own brand of heroine. But I do need to highlight the issues I have with that relationship because it's not healthy. You take a shot every single time I say that. Actually, no, don't. Because I don't want you to die. Moments of brilliance, one might say in this book. Moments of brilliance. And I'm trying to just allow myself to enjoy that. This is fiction. I don't have to take it too seriously. Absolutely. I get it. But there is some romanticizing of things that I can't personally get on board with. But that is the first book, Twilight. Very enjoyable. In my opinion, the movie is better, as I think probably all the movies are going to be better than all the books. But do let me know what you think of Twilight. And now I do really need to wash this off. I think I've had it on too long. This might become permanent. Oh, I fear this is going to be another long one. Oh, that's very good though. That is very good. Okay, a book club for New Moon has started. And yeah, I didn't enjoy it as much as I enjoyed Twilight. However, still lots to enjoy and also lots to criticize as well. It seems like, well, there's a couple of main themes in New Moon. One of them is getting older and the fear of getting older, which I relate to. I do relate to. We start off this book with Bella thinking she's having a dream or a nightmare about her gran, but it turns out when she's looking in the mirror, she's looking at herself. And so I really did like that we kind of planted that seed at the very start of this book. The other one is Romeo and Juliet. So I do know that Stephenie Meyer likes to use a like kind of Shakespearean play to kind of inform the narrative. And you do really feel it in New Moon. You do feel that Romeo and Juliet kind of inspired look to it. But the fact that, you know, we do have Romeo and Juliet being a story about two lovers who end up dying for one another, because I've already mentioned a million times why I think Bella giving up her life for a man is problematic and not great, especially at her age. You know, like she does turn 18 at the start of this, which I don't think really makes it any better, honestly. But it's almost like I totally understand the fact that if she does die and become a vampire, like there's not really much that changes after that, because we haven't really seen why being a vampire is too bad a thing. We've heard that the change is, you know, painful and, you know, awful to go through and very hard to do, especially if you can't control yourself. But, you know, the Cullens are rich. You know, they're young. They look hot. and they've got like cool powers. Like there's nothing that really deters you from being a vampire. Even being in the sunlight doesn't hurt them. They sparkle. Yeah, she's saying being a vampire didn't look like such a terrible thing, not the way the Cullens did it anyway. Yeah, like the Cullens look so amazing. They sound so amazing. They do sound like they have a really good life. Even though they don't have their own lives because they're vampires, they are the undead. They are leading very amazing lives. So to tie, ending your life into Romeo and Juliet, like this is like very heavy conversation, by the way, as well. And I do think that this book does tackle mental health and the idea of, taking your own life and things like that. That is mentioned quite a lot. It is a very depressing and kind of a hard book to read. It's kind of the same with the movie as well. I do think New Moon, from what I remember anyway, it's been so long since I watched it, it is kind of hard to really like sit through and not feel those emotions from Bella. And I think what kind of makes this a harder read than it is a harder watch is that we're in Bella's head. We hear her thoughts a lot. And I do think in the movie, Kristen Stewart does narrate some of Bella's thoughts, but it's not as much as it is in this book. So I do think this would have benefited actually being third person and seeing more of the outside looking in rather than being on the internal, because there are many things that is not great with, Bella in how she deals with things, in how she completely makes her own self-worth be tied to a boy, whether that be Edward or Jacob. It's again very unhealthy, and it's something that's only further romanticized rather than criticized in the text. And I don't like some of the conversations about it as well. So we have Edward being envious of Romeo and Juliet, and he says, I don't envy him the girl, just the ease of the suicide. You humans have it so easy. All you have to do is throw down one tiny vial of plant extracts. What? I gasped. It's something I had to think about once, and I knew from Carlisle's experience that it wouldn't be simple. And he goes to tell Bella that when it looked like she was about to die, and he was focusing on finding her alive, part of his mind was making contingency plans. Like I said, it's not easy for me as it is for a human. So it's just a big yikes, to have a couple that are like, if anything happened to you, I'm going to take my own life because of that. It's just, I understand that love is so powerful, and, I can imagine those feelings. But to like state it so crystal clear, and the fact that both Bella and Edward do things to risk their own lives because of one another is, again, I would be separating the hell out of those two. And they do for a good time in this book. Like, this book is very depressing because we have the Cullens leave and Edward leave Bella, and that is like so awful to see. But like, it's one of those things where I'm kind of like conflicted again, because you see what it does to Bella when they do get split up. And then you see her kind of moving on, but then you see her overdependence on Jacob when that happens. And then you see that Charlie is doing the best he can, because, Charlie is definitely still one of the best characters. Even though I do think he should have got Bella help way long before he even like brings it up with her. He should have gotten help way earlier. But I think what New Moon provides to me is further proof that they should not be anywhere near each other. Edward saying, well, I wasn't going to live without you, but I wasn't sure how to do it. I knew Emmett and Jasper would never help, so I was thinking maybe I'll go to Italy and do something to provoke the Volturi. Like, he's known Bella for 0.8% of his life. Like, he's been alive for a very long time, and he's known her for not even a year yet. It's been, I think, about like 8 months or something like that, because we do get like the 1 year anniversary of her coming to Forks later on, and there's like months between, that and then. So I think this is like September we start the book in. So he's known her for 8 months. She moved like mid-January. It's now mid-September, like 8 to 9 months he's known her. And he's saying all of this stuff. I just think it's way too quick. I don't mind like the intensity of their love in this book as much, because they have known each other for some time. Whereas in Twilight, it was a little bit too much because it was way too quick. So I didn't mind it like as much of this, because I was like, okay, they've known each other a lot longer. Whatever. But I loved hearing about the Volturi. I think that's a really good way of kind of bringing in the plot that is going to come up later on. I think that was a very neat way of introducing that idea, even if I don't like the conversation that Edward is having, because I don't like the idea of anyone being so frivolous with the idea of taking one's life. Because Edward is saying all of this to Bella, like, what kind of effect does that have on her, hearing that? And she does say as well, you must never think of anything like that again. No matter what might happen to me, you are not allowed to hurt yourself. And he's like, well, what if the situation was reversed? She's like, that's not the same thing. What if something did happen to you? Would you want me to go off myself? She tells him. I guess I see your point a little, but what would I do without you? Like, get a life. Get an afterlife. Like, I guess I just don't understand when somebody puts their entire worth into someone else. I guess I'm just too much of an individualist. I'm too individual. I'm too single for this. Like, I can't wrap my head around it. But again, like, I do know there will be people out there. Absolutely. And that's not me undermining those people or anything. But like, I can't get these two well, obviously Edward's older, but like Bella, a teenager, known for 9 months. This conversation really. Anyway, I do really want to move on from that and go into like the main plot points of this book, because they can be a little bit few and far between. But I do think Stephenie Meyer did a better job at plotting this book, because you do get more of like the plot coming into it earlier. So we had the mention of the Volturi, and then we also have mentions of like bear attacks, which turns out to be like the werewolves, although they're not actually attacking people, but there's like sightings and things. So like to have that be sprinkled in throughout was really well done, considering none of that happened in the first Twilight book. We only got to see the antagonists of the story 300 pages in, without any indication of them prior in the text. Whereas in this one, I do like that we have actually spoon things. So I do think Stephenie Meyer improved her writing in this. But I kind of love the fact that the plot of the story kicks off, and like all the drama that happens after this kicks off because of a paper cut. And it's like such a minute thing. Obviously, it's a massive thing when you are in the home of the Cullens and these vampires are like sniffing blood and Jasper is around. And the way it happens is so melodramatic as well. So like paper sliced my finger, a single drop of blood oozed from the tiny cut. It all happened very quickly then. No, Edward roared. And I don't know why, but it just plays in my head. It's very silly, the way that he's just like roaring, no, and like the slice of a paper. Obviously, again, I get it, like the implications of that is very big. And we do see Jasper try to attack Bella because, you know, he hasn't controlled his thirst just yet. But it's the whole Edward saying, no, I don't know, I just have it in my mind that it's like in slow motion and the camera cuts between all of the Cullens and their faces are so shocked, and oh my god, it's just, I feel like it's just kind of funny the way it comes across as. And I do think it's even more funny the fact that this plot does kick off because of this like instance. The Cullens leave, Edward leaves Bella, is because of this little moment here kicks off everything. Unnecessarily so, I would say, in my humble opinion. But yeah, I love the way the first chapter ended. Dazed and disoriented, I looked up from the bright red blood pulsing out of my arm into the fevered eyes of the six suddenly ravenous vampires. Although that's kind of a misleading thing, because the only ravenous vampire was Jasper. And honestly, I could not be in a house with these Cullens. I mean, I told you before about my hemorrhoids. Could you imagine? Every single time I take a shit, I've got Jasper trying to bash the door down. This is how I would rewrite Twilight, is putting me in Bella's shoes with a little bit more individuality. And yeah, kicking off the plot of New Moon is me being like, going to Edward, oh, so I need to use the bathroom. May I? And then I do. And then there's me like sitting on the toilet and I'm just like doing my business. And then suddenly, boom, boom, boom. Carlisle continues to be my dream man though. Because I would rewrite Twilight and be like a love story between me and Carlisle. Say he's in a marriage with Esme because like he doesn't want anyone to know that he's gay. And Esme's in on it as well. She just wants to be, you know, a mother to her children or her adopted children. But she's married to Carlisle because of appearances. She just wants to keep up appearances. But she doesn't mind that Carlisle is actually secretly gay. And yeah, God, I need to write that now. I need to write it stat. But yeah, Carlisle shows like the good side of being a vampire. What I enjoy the very most is when my enhanced abilities let me save someone who would otherwise have been lost. Pleasant knowing that, thanks to what I can do, some people's lives are better because I exist. Oh, like he's definitely like the sweetest character that we have met, in my opinion. We talk about religion and what they kind of expect in like the afterlife kind of thing. Edward's with me to a point. God and heaven exist, and so does hell, but he doesn't believe that there is an afterlife for our kind. You say he thinks we've lost our souls. It's my choice, I insisted. It's his too, whether he's responsible for doing that to you. He's not the only one able to do it. Like, it is frustrating, like, hearing her talk about, like, how easy it is for her to just, like, give up her life like that. Some good backstory about Edward and his mother and how Carlisle saved him. I liked hearing about that. It leads to the Cullens leaving, right? But I don't get it. Like, even after this confrontation with Bella before that, she says, I'd rather die than be with Mike Newton. I'd rather die than be with anyone but you. And he says, don't be melodramatic, please. And I'm like, well, one, hypocrite much. But two, like, he's heard these words come out of Bella's mouth. He's seen with his own eyes how dependent she is on him. And yet he still leaves in such a callous way, in my opinion. Like, the way that he just gets up and leaves and tells her, yeah, like, me and the Cullens were leaving. Sort yourself out kind of thing. It does come across as a little bit too, like, too wrong for, like, what he does and how he knows her mental state is and how he knows how much she depends on him is. Like, I don't get it. I know he's saying, oh, we don't want to be a danger to you. Like, you having this paper cut is, you know, proof of that we could kill you. And I get that, I do, but we haven't seen enough of like how he is actually a danger to her and not, you know, much better for her. Yeah, what am I even saying? Like, he's not good for her, really. But surely he knows that just abandoning her is not going to turn out good. And especially with, you know, Victoria on the prowl as well, which he even admits later on that he was tracking her or trying to track her. So, like, he knows that threat wasn't over. And so, like, the Cullens just leaving was honestly the most stupidest idea that they even had. They definitely did way more harm than good. And I know they probably thought that they were doing good, but they genuinely didn't think it through at all. And you would think an entire family of 100-year-old vampires would know that. Yeah, he just says, Bella, we're leaving. Bella, it's time. How much longer can we stay in Forks? After all, Carlisle can barely pass for 30, and he's claiming 33 now. We'd have to start over soon regardless. I don't think that was a good enough excuse. Carlisle looks the same. He actually looks 33. I mean, I'm exactly 33 right now, by the way. I'm 33. How many times have I mentioned that? But I don't think a lot of people, their appearance changes all that much between 30 and 33. I do think I pretty much look the same. So I'm like, that doesn't wash with me. These vampires, the Cullens, have built their own life in this place. And to just leave because of Bella, that doesn't make sense to me. They've only known her, again, for 8 to 9 months. And to just leave because, oh, we might end up hating this girl. No, I don't buy that. Bella, I don't want you to come with me. You don't want me? No. Of course, I'll always love you in a way. But what happened the other night made me realize that it's time for a change because I'm tired of pretending to be something I'm not, Bella. I am not human. I've let this go on much too long and I'm sorry for that. Yeah, like he was saying that over and over and over and over and over again in the first book. And then he was like, oh, wait, no, I'm too selfish. Like, I need to be with you. I love you. But I can't leave you. But actually, I'm going to leave you now because I know I'm not good for you. Like I've always said. But, you know, you're completely and utterly, you know, dependent on me. And I just need to leave. Best of luck. Best of luck to you, girl. She says, I don't care, Edward. I don't care. You can have my soul. I don't want it without you. It's yours already. He tells her not to do anything reckless or stupid. You understand what I'm saying? I nodded helplessly. I make a promise in return. I promise that this will be the last time you'll see me. I won't come back. I won't put you through anything like this again. You can go on with your life without any more interference from me. It'll be as if I'd never existed. And they're already all gone. Alice's gone. Carlisle's gone. They didn't say goodbye and stuff like that. And he just leaves her in the middle of this place. And she tries to follow him. She gets lost. A search party ends up having to find her. And it's like, the way that he just like leaves her in the middle of that forest. Charlie. If he knew her at all, he would know that she would not go back home. She would not go, she would try and follow him. She would do something drastic. And she kind of does. And so, like, he should have made sure it was a lot more of a safe, secure spot if he was going to break up with her and tell her he's leaving. Or at least, like, saw her home. You know, instead of just being like, okay, I'm out, peace. And then leaves. Completely leaves her. I'm just like, wow. It genuinely is so insensitive considering he should know her. And he should know what she would do. I'm just saying, like, not that anyone else's... Again, it's such a tricky conversation. Not that you should be responsible for someone else's mental health. And that responsibility of their life should not be on your shoulders. Which is why, again, I'm side-eyeing this entire relationship. But at the same time, like, he should still know her better. If he feels that intensely for her and feels that love for her, he should not have done this. Should have done it in a much better way. Should have gotten all the Cullens involved. Should have gotten her to the house. Or, you know, maybe in a safe public place or something, I don't know. And just put it on her gently. Which I guess he does really want her to move on, so he kind of had to be a little bit more aggressive with it. But come on, like, he should know her. He should know her. But what I love is that we end up getting these blank chapters. We have October, November, December to January. Oh my god, like, these blank months are amazing. Like, I think Stephenie Meyer did a really good job at portraying mental health by saying nothing. You know, which is so good. I feel like it was so effective. The months just passing by. Whoa, oh, there's a fly. The months passing by with no words, nothing, no action, nothing. And it ties in so perfectly with what Charlie says about Bella later on, about Bella being catatonic during the months following Edward's departure. In a way that he says, you're just lifeless, Bella. I think that's the word I want. Trouble would be better than this moment around all the time. And like, yeah, like having no words, nothing, it really does portray Bella's mental state during that entire time. And I think that was brilliantly done. So I will give it props for that. I do think that part was definitely a good portrayal of mental health and kind of a shutdown that you would have after a traumatic experience, which is what Bella did encounter with Edward. That was a traumatic experience for her. She was saying how happy she was and then suddenly it's been pulled away from her. So I get it. I do get it. It's a really tragic part of her life. But what doesn't sit right with me is that Charlie's witnessed all of this, right? And Bella even says, oh, Charlie even stopped looking in on me when I would wake up from nightmares screaming. He stopped it, like she did it that much. He stopped checking in on her. He should have stepped in by now. He's only just now, 4 months later, saying maybe you should talk to someone about it, a professional. You only just bring this up now, Charlie. I know Charlie is not as hands-on. It's not really his personality. He does really care for Bella. But to go like 4 months, seeing your daughter screaming at night, seeing her become catatonic, and having this reaction to a boy leaving her, and you don't get her help before this? That kind of got me a little bit gagged. Because Charlie, I love him. One of my favourites. And I do like the fact that at the end, when Edward comes back, he doesn't just let him walk back into her life, even though Bella pisses me off at the end for just being like, oh, leave off of Edward. Like, he's done nothing wrong. You know, stuff like that. I'm just like, Bella, what your father had to witness during that time, what you put him through, girl, you know? Like, he was there the entire time. He should have done more. I'm just going to say it. As a parent, he should have done more. But yeah, Charlie is a bit of a mixed bag in this book because I do think he should have helped sooner. At the same time, like, how much can you help? But again, he definitely should have gotten more professional help for her if she was really this bad. Like, I would not feel comfortable, you know, seeing someone in this way and not doing something about it and taking this long to do something about it. Like, he knows something was up with her state of mind, and yet still, he did nothing. Charlie did nothing. So I'm letting that sink in. Considering we know he's witnessed everything, he was there for her the entire time, but he did nothing. And I do feel sad for, you know, Bella's friends, since, you know, Bella's kind of given up on them, and it does seem to have hurt her friends. We saw how much her friends did actually care about Bella in the first book. So it does, I mean, hopefully her friends do understand that she went through something really traumatic, but at the same time, I do hope Bella, because she doesn't really apologize to them. She doesn't apologize to Jess. She wants to, like, get Jess to do something with her, and she's kind of scared to ask her. But, like, if Bella was, like, forthcoming and apologetic about being like, hey, I know I haven't been a good friend. I've been very rude and ignorant to you. Like, I shouldn't have done that. And she doesn't do any of that. She's just like, hey, Jess, will you, like, come to the movies with me? And without confronting the elephant in the room, it does make things worse. And I do feel bad. Like, Jess is still, like, a little bit underdeveloped, but she's utilized a little bit more, and I do understand Jess's feelings. Jess hasn't completely written Bella off, by the way. Like, she's still willing to do it for Bella. But yeah, it's kind of odd, you know, the way that she kind of just skirts past the problem when it really should be confronted. I think that's again, like, probably a teenage thing, is just like not confronting things and just kind of letting things fester because you don't want to, you know, say anything about it. So I do kind of get it, but I do think Jess deserves a little bit better. And it does show Bella is a little bit unlikable later on as well, when Bella actually, and I'll get to that point when I get to it, but Bella does admit she doesn't care what Jess thinks. She doesn't care about her feelings. And there is a moment in that I do have proof. I have proof that Bella says that. So again, I have so much empathy for Bella, but Stephenie Meyer is portraying her in a bit of an unlikable way, considering she doesn't care about her friends. And, like, it's kind of evident in this book. The only thing she cares about is Edward and then Jacob. But one thing I will say I absolutely do love that Stephenie Meyer did is that she did confront the idea of, you know, suicidal thoughts, like, very, very explicitly. So when, you know, Jess and Bella are together, they say the men who were potentially from the first book, and Bella goes up to them and she starts to feel something. And this is, like, very, like, good to explore as well, because, you know, when you've felt nothing for so long and being able to feel something through putting yourself in danger, I think it's something that a lot of people have gone through. But I like that Jess asked, are you suicidal? And Bella says, no, I'm not. My voice sounded defensive, but it was true. I wasn't suicidal. Even in the beginning, when death unquestionably would have been a relief, I didn't consider it. I owed too much to Charlie. I felt too responsible for Renee. I had to think of them. I am so glad that was stated in this book, because we have been towing a very fine line between, like, you know, death and giving up your life for someone else and stuff like that. So it was very nice and refreshing to actually get a direct confirmation that Bella is not wanting to take her own life, which I do appreciate a lot. So Bella starts to hear Edward's voice in her head whenever she does put herself in danger. And obviously that leads her to want to continue doing that and to rebel. So we get this whole, like, rebellious teenage phase of Bella's life where she does want to disobey Charlie and she wants to get motorcycles and stuff like that, which I do find kind of interesting to follow at first, especially since it leads her back to Jacob. And did you know that Jacob is actually the name of Stephenie Meyer's brother? And she actually named Jacob after her brother. Is that weird to you? Do you think naming your main love interest, or like one of your main love interests, after your brother? And especially since Bella as well says at times, I kind of wish Jacob was my brother, or like he feels like a brother. Is that weird to you guys as well? It's a little bit weird for me. So we have Jacob Black, he's back. And yeah, like I remember in the movie, like I had such a big crush on Jacob. When I was a kid, I had such a big crush on Jacob. So New Moon came out in 2009. I came out as gay in 2010. You do the math. But I don't feel the same way about Book Jacob. Book Jacob is a completely different entity for me. So Jacob had grown into his potential in the last 8 months, past that point where the soft muscles of childhood hardened into the solid, lanky build of a teenager. The tendons and veins had become prominent under the red-brown skin of his arms, his hands. His face was still sweet, like I remembered it, but it had hardened too. The planes of his cheekbones sharper, his jaw squared off. All childish roundness had gone. Realised I was pleased to see him. Knowledge surprised me. So I'm glad that Bella found someone. And if we continued this as a genuine friendship, then I would have loved it. Honestly, like exploring a friendship with someone else and kind of having that be your way back to happiness. But the thing is, it's not really a friendship. And Bella, she's very confusing with all of this. And I get teenage feelings are very complex. And sometimes she tells him this can't be more. And yet she kind of does the opposite. And also Jacob should totally take the hint. So it's not all on Bella, definitely not all on Bella. And I'm not blaming her for everything. But like Jacob as well should take the hint. And he tells him multiple times, I'm persistent. I'm going to keep going until you kind of cave and accept me as your mate. You know, like you get that vibe from the dynamic. And it's the most confusing and also just like the most bizarre kind of relationship that you can read. And so after having a book filled, you know, in Twilight, of Bella and Edward falling in love, and then having this book where she's like falling in love with someone else, and she does admit that she's fallen in love. So it's like, it is like the same story, but like different. We don't get the Cullens, we barely get the vampires. So in a way, it's like a lesser book than Twilight, in my opinion, because I think what this book misses is the Cullens. Jacob says he's just turned 16. Just turned 16. And Bella turned 18 several months ago. And it does show you Jacob's like immaturity to begin with. So like he does agree to help her with the motorbikes. And Bella says, only a teenage boy would agree to this. Deceiving both our parents while repairing dangerous vehicles using money meant for my college education. He didn't say anything wrong with that picture. Jacob was a gift from the gods. But it does show his immaturity. It shows he's not old enough. And you know what's even worse as well? Is that when they go to the movies with Mike later on, Jacob says like he's not old enough to see this film. And that itself should have been a huge red flag for Bella too. Like you don't take someone to the movies who's too young to see that movie. What are you doing? I mean, if they were a friend, and like I'm telling you, like they're not friends. Like they are definitely something more. Bella admits that there's something more. So like if it were just friends, she was just like sneaking a friend into an 18 when he's 16. Fair enough. But it's the fact that he's just too young to see this movie that she is allowed to see and he's not. And that's just like one of the many things that's just like a little bit wrong. And I think it just like highlights just like how wrong it kind of is that she is even that interested in Jacob. I get that he makes her feel safe. He makes her feel warm and all this and the other. And that would be, again, fantastic if they stayed friends. But we have this love triangle and we need this love triangle for the romantic drama of the series. I get it. But like, why did Jacob have to be this young? Why could they not have been the same age? Could they not have been the same age? That would have been so much better for me. I just find it a little bit icky that there are so many constant reminders of how young Jacob is. And we keep trying to justify it as well. We keep trying to justify his age. Like even they're playing this game of like, oh, you know, I can do this, I can do that. So mentally I'm 40 and you're like 33 and stuff like that. We keep trying to justify his age in this story. Oh, Jacob's wise beyond his years and he's actually a lot older than he seems and stuff. I'm like, that doesn't make it any better. So yeah, Bella meets his friends like Quill and Embry and they're, you know, making faces and pointing and being like, Quill grinned widely at Embry and whispered something I didn't catch. Jacob's hand flashed out to smack the back of Quill's hand. And then Bella's like giggling. Like she knows how it looks. She knows how they look like a couple. She giggled quietly. The sound made my eyes widen in wonder. I was actually laughing. And I get it, like she's being very, very depressed. And so the idea of laughing is like a massive thing for her. But again, like she is literally making it seem like they are something more to other people when she should be sticking a pin in that so quickly. And I do love the fact that she doesn't have a nightmare that night, that Jacob is actually helping her. I do love that. I love that she's been able to kind of move on from that and she's feeling better. And yeah, she says, it's Jacob. He's simply a perpetually happy person. He carried that happiness with him like an aura, sharing it with whoever was near him. But just as quickly as she's starting to feel much better about it, the warmth of Jacob's presence was fading, and in its absence, the anxiety grows stronger. So yet again, we have Bella starting to become a little bit over-reliant on how Jacob makes her feel. Just like how she was over-reliant on how Edward made her feel. Yeah, Jacob is so clear here. He says, I get obsessive when I have a project. If I had any brains, I'd drag it out a little bit. So he's talking about repairing the bikes, and he's pretty much saying, I kind of want to drag this out so we can spend more time together and still spend time together. And she's like, why? Like, why would you want to, like, spend more time doing this? I'm just, girl, wake up. He's like, you really still like spending time with me? And she's like, very, very much, and I'll prove it. And it's very weird the way that she doesn't mind Jacob, like, kind of being led on. But when it comes to Mike, for instance, so when she's talking to Mike and he's like, oh, like, can we go for a movie? And Bella's like, what are you talking about? Like, we can't be dating and stuff. Even though, like, Mike is her friend and he's asking her to go to a movie. When Bella does the same thing to Jacob, it's like, how can you be that way with Jacob and not with Mike? Do you know what I mean? Like, the way she reacts to Mike about, like, something as innocent, I guess, as asking to go to the movies. Like, if you're friends, like, that's kind of something that you would want to do with a friend, right? But she reads way too into it. I mean, obviously Mike does want to be, you know, with Bella, but, like, she reads very much into it, as in, like, we cannot be doing anything together because that would look bad. We are friends, but, like, we can't do anything together because I don't want it to be anything more than that. And yeah, when it comes to Jacob, it's okay to, you know, go to the movies and lead him on and all this, that, and the other. I'm just like, okay, odd. Bella does tell Jacob that she doesn't date, but she needs to draw the line so prominently that there is no room for interpretation there. And there, unfortunately, there isn't. Like, she just says, oh, I don't date. And she was like, yeah, well, that's fine. Because the cringiest moment happens not long after, and she says, Jacob really did look older than 16. Like, don't even say that. Don't even say that. Jacob noticed my scrutiny. What? He asked, suddenly self-conscious. Nothing. I just hadn't realized before. Did you know you're sort of beautiful? Like, oh. Once a word slipped out, I worried that he might take my impulsive observation the wrong way. That's why you're worried about him taking it the wrong way? But Jacob just rolled his eyes. You hit your head pretty hard, didn't you? I'm serious. Well then, thanks, sort of. I grinned. You're sort of welcome. You just don't say that to someone. You don't say that to a 16-year-old who is obviously wanting to date you. It was so cringe. And he tells her that bears won't eat her because she'll probably taste too good. And she's like, well, not the first time I've heard that. Ugh. Jacob asks, so are you going to be my Valentine since you did get me a 50-cent box of candy? It's the least you can do. And then Bella says to herself, I started to feel uncomfortable. I'm like, only now you're starting to feel uncomfortable? And when Jacob asks about Mike, you know, the one who thought you were his girlfriend, is he still confused? Bella says, some people are hard to discourage. And then Jacob says, then again, sometimes persistence pays off. And that's what leads to them going to the cinema with Mike. And it's a little bit of a very awkward kind of moment. And it does lead to Jacob, you know, starting to become a werewolf, which we will get into. Yeah, I'm not old enough to get into this one, Jacob reminded me. Red flag, Bella. Red flag. Yeah, both Jacob and Mike have their arms up like that with Bella in the middle. Both of them expecting her to take their hand. He asks her if he likes her, and she says yes. But, like, that's all. Which I'm glad she says. Like, again, like, she is telling him sometimes, yeah, we are just friends. Can't be more than that. Let me just get a little bit closer. And he says, that's okay, you know, as long as you like me the best and you think I'm good looking, sort of. I'm prepared to be knowingly persistent. I'm not going to change, he said. But don't get mad at me for hanging around, okay? Jacob said. Because I'm not giving up. I've got loads of time. And she says, you shouldn't waste your time on me. It's what I want to do as long as you still like to be with me, Jacob says. Can't imagine how I could not like being with you. I can live with that, Jacob beamed. Just don't expect more. And I'm glad she says that. Like, I really am glad she says that. But again, I want to get into all the things that she does later on that totally conflicts that. It was so wrong to encourage Jacob, pure selfishness. It didn't matter that I tried to make my position clear. If he felt any hope at all that this could turn into something other than friendship, then I hadn't been clear enough. But she only wants to feel something. She only wants to feel happy. And so she doesn't mind leading Jacob on if it means that she will be able to come out of her depressive funk. Heaven knows I never wanted to use Jacob, but I couldn't help but interpret the guilt I felt now to mean that I had. Even more, I had never meant to love him. Only thing I knew was how love gave someone the power to break you. I'd been broken beyond repair, but I needed Jacob now, needed him like a drug. So yeah, she is using Jacob. She's using the 16-year-old because he makes her feel better. And like, again, like as a friend, I can imagine the friendship could revolutionize her and make her feel amazing. But as a romantic love interest, that's when it gets like really tricky, because we know that it's not going to pan out the way that she or he expect. So Jacob goes a little bit MIA because he's like having his transformation, and yeah, she's getting obsessive again. Like, I called again several times a day for the next 2 days, but no one was ever there. She rang like every half an hour. I'd give Billy a week, I decided, before I got pushy. A week was generous. A week was long. By Wednesday, I was sure I wasn't going to live till Saturday. Again, like, she's too obsessed. She's putting too much of her self-worth into a guy again. Jacob must have changed his mind, just like I feared. He was going to take my advice and not waste any more time on someone who couldn't return his feelings. I felt the blood run out of my face. What do you want from him? She lies about spending time with Jessica, and Charlie says, you've been spending so much time with Jacob, your other friends are going to think you'd forgotten them. And then this is where Bella says, I smelled and nodded as if I cared what my other friends thought. She genuinely doesn't care about making amends with her friends, anything like that. It's just, it makes her so unlikable. I wasn't going to call Jessica. As far as I could tell, Jessica had crossed over to the dark side. Like, what do you mean by the dark side? That she feels hurt? That you ignore her and you haven't been a friend to her for a long time? You know, like, she doesn't see her own behaviour is bad, which I just kind of want to shake her and be like, I know you're 18 years old, but like, come on. Loved that Laurent came back though. Loved that nearly 200 pages in, we start to get more of a plot again. And so, yeah, Laurent comes, he mentions Victoria, and she's like, oh, she's going to be so mad at me if I kill you, kind of thing. So I'm like, okay, finally, we get back to the plot. We get back to the plot. We're not seeing this really awkward, uncomfortable love forming between an 18 and a 16-year-old. And I love the entire scene. I really do. I love that Bella has Edward's voice in her head and he's telling her to lie to him. Because like, she thinks, oh, Laurent is good because, you know, he didn't attack me last year and like, he was a good vampire. And yet the voice in her head is saying, lie to him. Don't give anything away. And the tension does pick up and it does feel very, very scary. It is pretty convenient that the wolves come and save her, like just at that moment. Like, very, very convenient, but I'll give it a pass because, you know, she had to be saved, I guess. And this is the first instance we get like the werewolves and the vampires kind of clashing. So Laurent runs away, the little coward. Jacob's still MIA. On Wednesday, I called every half hour until after 11 at night, desperate to hear the warmth of Jacob's voice. Girls, stop. Stop this. Jacob has definitely changed again. He's grown up very, very quickly, which must be a werewolf thing. And again, I think it's another reason to justify the love between Bella and Jacob. And again, it doesn't wash with me. And when he tells her, go home, Bella, I can't hang out with you anymore. And she says to him, are you breaking up with me? When did they become boyfriend, girlfriend? Because that didn't happen. Are you breaking up with me? The words were all wrong, but they were the best way I could think to phrase what I was asking. After all, what Jake and I had was more than any schoolyard romance. Stronger. Ay, ay, ay. Like, the love between her and Edward was like so passionate and like the best love story of all. And now we have what she has with Jacob being stronger than a schoolyard romance. I'm sorry that I couldn't before. I wish I could change how I feel about you, Jacob. I was desperate, reaching, stretching the truth so far that I curved nearly into the shape of a lie. Maybe I would change, I whispered. Maybe if you gave me some time, just don't quit on me now, Jake. I can't take it. I get the idea of being abandoned again would destroy her. But again, this is where the problem comes into it, where she has been too reliant and too dependent on boys. Jacob does try and tell her the truth about him becoming a werewolf, and it takes her way too long to fit the puzzle pieces together. He's like, I'm confused. I'm so confused. He's like, remember what I told you about the vampires and the werewolves? Do you remember that? And she's like, yeah, but I still don't get it. And he's like, oh yeah, all my people, we have a feud with the cold ones and bloodsuckers. Yeah, I still don't get it, Jacob. I don't know what you're trying to tell me. She had a dream about Jacob turning into a wolf in the first book. She has another dream about him turning into a wolf in this book, and that's when it clocks. And I kind of don't like the fact that Bella jumps to conclusions with Jacob and his friends as well, because about the whole like wolf attack things. The way that she's like, oh, I can't condone him being a monster and this, that, and the other. And it's just like, if you just like let him explain, give him a minute to explain the situation, because it isn't the werewolves who are attacking people. It was Laurent and Victoria, and they were attacking people, and the wolves just like got to the scene a little bit too late. I couldn't be friends with the killer and say nothing, let the killing continue. He'll just ask him a question. Ask him, use your words. Still couldn't turn a blind eye to what was happening, like Billy seemed to, but I couldn't condemn Jacob for it either. And when Jacob says, you know what makes me so mad I could just spit? Weird thing to say. He says, I'm so sorry that can't be the right kind of monster for you, Bella. I guess I'm just not as great as a bloodsucker, am I? Oh, and then he calls her honey. He calls her honey. Bella, honey. We only protect people from one thing, our own enemy. Honey? Ugh. Like, I hate that. Like, he's 16 years old and he's calling an 18-year-old honey. Bella, honey. Ugh. That is, I don't like nicknames at the best of times, honestly. And this is just, it crosses a line. It crosses a line. If he gets too mad, too upset, then Bella might get hurt, has to keep a better hold of himself, otherwise he'll turn into a wolf. It seems like a lot of the times, it's same with like, you know, the vampires as well, like they have to control themselves. And it's like the same with the werewolves. So there's like a lot of similarities between them. And then we do get confirmation that Victoria wants Bella. So yeah, this is like 250 pages in. We get more of the conflict, finally. And I do love the werewolf transformation as well. It's definitely a lot better than the vampire sparkling. So they kind of just like explode. The boy exploded. Dark silver fur flew out from the boy, coalescing into a shape more than 5 times his size, a massive crouch shape ready to spring. And then Jacob, mid-stride, a long tremor shivered down Jacob's spine. He leaped forward, diving headfirst into the empty air. With another sharp tearing sound, Jacob exploded too. Burst out of his skin, shreds of black and white cloth blasted up into the air. 1 second it was Jacob diving into the air, and then it was a gigantic russet brown wolf. I love the transformation. I think that's actually pretty cool. You know, like exploding and everything going everywhere. That's cool. Sparkling in the sunlight, not so much. Yet again, we have Jacob's friends calling Bella Jacob's girlfriend. And again, she says nothing. She doesn't correct them. Get some rest, Bella, honey. You look exhausted. Oh, makes me want to fucking throw up. Bella says, love is irrational, I remind myself. The more you love someone, the less sense anything made. When Mike asks, are you dating that kid from La Push? I shrugged, not in the technical sense of the word. Yes or no, Bella? Like, it's not that hard, yes or no. I do spend most of my time with Jacob, though. He's my best friend. Mike says, don't kid yourself, Bella. The guy's head over heels for you. I know, I sighed. Life is complicated. That's her excuse. Life is just complicated. But then we do, like, flip back to her wanting to hear Edward's voice again, so that's why she goes cliff diving. I knew that was the stupidest, most reckless thing I had done yet. The thought made me smile. The pain was already easing, as if my body knew that Edward's voice was just seconds away. Throwing yourself into danger just to hear Edward's voice in your head. How many times can I say it's unhealthy? But it is a pretty spectacular scene, her doing the cliff diving part. She is saved, again, rather conveniently. Harry Clearwater dies from a heart attack, which I don't think, again, like any of the side characters have been that fully fleshed out and developed enough for me to care about these characters. But it does put things into perspective for Bella, which is very needed. Like, she realizes she can't just keep being reckless and putting herself in danger because she has Charlie to think about and what would it do to Charlie and stuff like that. I'm glad she's come to this realization. I just wish she would come to the realization that she should not be depending on another guy. Jacob, somehow he'd become essential to my survival. I remembered wishing that Jacob were my brother. I realised now that all I really wanted was a claim on him. It didn't feel brotherly when he held me like this. It just felt nice. Again, isn't it weird that Jacob is named after Stephenie Meyer's brother? That's just getting more and more weird to me the more I read on. So she's actually considering being with Jacob completely. I would have to commit to this. Commit as much of me as there was left. Every one of the broken pieces. It was the only way to be fair to him. Would I? Could I? Would it be so wrong to try to make Jacob happy, even if the love I felt for him was no more than a weak echo of what I was capable of, even if my heart was far away, wandering and grieving after my fickle Romeo? Would it be so very wrong? And then, right after that, Bella sees a Cullen call, and she realizes that one of the Cullens is back. And instantly Bella's like, bye Jacob, I'm gonna miss you, girl. Instantly. Instantly, like, it's so scary how quickly she drops Jacob with the prospect that the Cullens were back. Remorse pinned me against the sea for one long second. What had I just done to Jacob? I loved having Alice back, though. I really missed her. Again, like, one of the reasons why I think this book doesn't hit the same as the first book is because of the absence of the Cullens. They were gone for far too long, and it just doesn't hit the same. Like, as a story, like, I love the whole vampire aspect of it. I really do. I love the Cullen aspect of it. I really do. We didn't get enough of that. So as soon as Alice comes back, the relief I felt, not just Bella, but the relief I felt was immense. Bella had to tell Alice that she wasn't committing suicide, that she did just jump from it without the intention of that, because it was like cliff diving, it was a thing. But like, this leads to so many misunderstandings, which again is something that I think this book is another prevalent theme, is misunderstandings, not using your words, miscommunication to make more problems. So when Jacob picks up the phone, and it was actually Edward on the other end, and he tells Edward that Charlie was at the funeral, oh my God. Instead of fact-checking, Edward puts it upon himself to provoke the Volturi and end his existence, essentially. And it doesn't help as well that Rosalie also said something to him. So I wasn't a big fan of that. But I mean, I do like the last, again, like this is all happening in the last 100 pages. Just like the first book, everything pretty much happens in the last 100 pages. Like the proper exciting part of the plot is Bella going to save Edward, which I do like is kind of the exact opposite to what happened in the first book, where Edward was kind of like rushing to save Bella. So I do like the opposite of that. But yeah, they know how fickle Alice's visions are. So the fact that Rosalie went out of her way to get in touch with Edward to tell him, oh, Bella's dead. And then Edward believing Jacob that Charlie was at Bella's funeral, not like a different funeral. I totally get like the lines of miscommunication there, and I get why Edward would assume that. But again, it's an assumption. It isn't confirmation. So the whole idea of going to the Volturi city, I loved how high stakes that was. Alice says, listen, Bella, whether we are in time or not, we will be in the heart of the Volturi city. I will be considered his accomplice if he is successful. You will be a human who not only knows too much, but also smells too good. There's a very good chance that they will eliminate us all. I love how dramatic that is. I love that they're talking about, oh, if Edward gives into his theatrical tendencies, then we have a chance. And of course, Edward wants to give into his theatrical tendencies. Of course he does. I love finding out about the Volturi family a little bit more as well. They enforce the vampire rules, sometimes a little bit too much. So they do come across as rather antagonistic. So I like the discussions around them. And then it only takes about like 10, 20 pages for Bella to reach Edward. I could see him now, and I could see that he could not see me. It was really him, no hallucination this time. So it happens very quickly. I slammed into him so hard that the force would have hurled me to the ground if his arms hadn't caught me and held me up. And so, like, that part is kind of like a little bit over. Like, she managed to save him. Glad for it as well. He was about to, you know, expose vampires by exposing himself. But then we fall back on old habits with Bella having the prospect of dying. She's like, at least I could be with him again before I died. That was better than a long life. It's not, girl. It's really not. I wish I could just have a sit-down conversation with Bella and tell her directly, your life is worth way more than you're giving yourself credit for. And she really does need someone to tell her that. She really does. Like, she does need help. She needs someone to talk to who can hopefully help her understand that her worth is so much more than she is giving herself credit for. And so we actually meet like the Volturi and stuff, and I find them so fascinating. I love Arrow. He's like, I love a happy ending. They are so rare. But I want the whole story. How did this happen, Alice? Your brother seemed to think you were infallible, but apparently there was some mistake. And so like we do like find out more about like their powers and stuff, and like what they have to do to convince them to let them leave and stuff. I find that quite fascinating. I do like that. I'm gratified by his success, yet somehow I'm happy to be wrong. So we find out that Bella's pretty much immune to vampire powers. And so they find her fascinating, and so now she's on their radar, which is brilliant. Because it does mean that she has a little bit more purpose to the story. She has a little bit more like kind of bite to her without her actually becoming a vampire. Although the only reason the Volturi let them go is because they say, oh, we can't just let a human know about our existence. Are you going to turn her? And so now there is a reason to turn her, and that's in order to save them. And the way that Alice gives them the vision, and then they're like, oh, that was interesting. Okay, now you can go. Again, that confirms to us that Bella is going to become a vampire. To say the things you've seen, especially the ones that haven't happened yet, Arrow says, and then Alice says, but that will. And he says, yes, it's quite determined. Certainly, there's no problem. So, like, it's confirmed in this moment that Bella's going to be a vampire. Like, confirmed. So they're allowed to go. I still like the scene, even though it kind of happened a little bit easily. All Alice had to do was show them the vision, like, okay, off you trot. I still like the way that all of that unfolded. Even though, like, the whole part in Italy, I would have loved to have had a little bit more description. Again, that's why I think this book would have benefited being third person. In fact, the entire series could have benefited from being third person, because we could have gotten such great descriptions of Italy and, like, the Volturi city. And I wanted to say more of that, and we just didn't. We only really got Bella like being obsessed with saving Edward, so we didn't get to see anything else but Edward. Oh, and I love Rosalie's kind of apology to Bella as well. I'm so very sorry, Bella. I feel wretched about every part of this, and so grateful that you were brave enough to go save my brother after what I did. Please say you'll forgive me. I like the idea that they will potentially become friends. And I like that it's not going to be an easy thing as well, because when they're doing a vote later on Bella's life, Rosalie's still like, I'm going to vote against it. Not because I don't want you to be part of the family, but because I would not have chosen this life for me, and I don't think you should either. I love that she's still sticking to her morals, and we're not just like brushing past, and like she's not just like trying to lick Bella's ass, trying to get her favor again. So I love that she's sticking to herself, but I do like the idea of her and Bella becoming closer. I do love a good enemies to friends storyline. Oh, and then Edward comes back home, goes to Forks. And as soon as Charlie sees him, he's like, I can't believe you have the nerve to show your face here. And Bella's like defending Edward and all this and I'm like, oh, for God's sake. Like, after what he put you through, Charlie, he saw you at your worst. He saw what he did to you. And so just let him rant. Let him have this confrontation with the boy who broke your heart. The boy who left you catatonic. The boy who had you screaming every single night for like 4 months. You know, like, oh my God, he is your father. And the way that she threatens him, she threatens Charlie that she's going to like leave and move out. He's like, well, do you want me to stay? He's like, well, of course I do. And she's like, oh, well, me and Edward are a package deal. So we'll lay off him. I'm just like, young girl. Yeah, she's like, I want to have a few words with my father. Perhaps it would be a good time to remind him that I was over the legal age of adulthood. It doesn't matter at this moment in time. It doesn't matter what he put you through. What he put you through. Oh my God, it's so infuriating. I like that Edward is very apologetic for what he did. But yeah, like, he's saying, oh, I had no idea about the mess that he was leaving behind. No idea that Victoria would come back. And then a page later, this is where I think the writing falls apart. A page later, it's like, oh, Edward was tracking Victoria. So it's like, he did know that she was a threat at some point. Because if he was trying to track her miserably, I might add, then surely he did know that she would be some kind of threat. So again, you knowingly left Bella in danger. You know what I mean? It's like, he's trying to justify, but it's just not, it's not worth the justification. And Bella says like how much anguish Edward is in. And she's like, I didn't want to be a source of guilt and anguish in his life. He should be happy no matter what it cost me. Are you just going to let him off the hook that easily? Like 4 months. 4 months, you saw your state of well-being. Like, please fight back a little bit more. Like, the thing is, though, I feel frustrated with Bella because I think she should be giving him hell. She should be giving him hell for what he did to her. And she is letting him off too easily. I love that he's apologizing, but she's making it too easy for him to gain, you know, her favor again. You say, sorry because I hurt you, sorry because it was a worthless effort, sorry that I couldn't protect you from what I am. I lied to save you and it didn't work, I'm sorry. So, like, in time, I will probably forgive Edward for what he did, but like, don't make it easy for him, please. So yeah, the whole vote with the Cullen family, kind of ending this book with that, for her mortality, again, rubs me up the wrong way. You should not be having other people voting for your life. The worst the Volturi can do is kill me. You can leave me, I explained. The Volturi, Victoria, they're nothing compared to that. So yeah, pretty much all the Cullens apart from Rosalie says yes to her being turned. But they do promise to do it, you know, once she's left Charlie's house and once she's graduated. And she's saying she will not go past 20. If you're staying in your teens forever, then so am I. And Edward's like, then you'll have to meet one condition. What condition? And Edward says, marry me first. Edward, please be serious, she said. Literally, at the end of the first book, she was talking about marriage. In fact, it wasn't even the end of the first book. It was like in the middle of the first book. She was talking about marriage. She's like, well, I was wondering about us, you know, about marriage because, you know, Rosalie and Emmett are married, blah, blah, blah. And like now she has a really cold response to it. She's like, well, marriage isn't exactly that high on my list of priorities, you know? And yet she brought it up in the first book. And like she's head over heels in love. Like she doesn't have a life outside of Edward. And she has this response to it. It's so weird. Like, I don't want them to get married like this quickly, you know, and stuff like that. But at the same time, her response doesn't make sense to me considering she's fallen head over heels in love for him and she has done all this for him. She can't live without him. And she even brought it up in the first book. It doesn't make sense. Charlie is all right, though. I don't trust him. He's rotten for you. I won't let him mess you up like that again. And she says, Dad, I don't want to move out. I love you. I know you're worried, but you need to trust me on this. And you're going to have to ease up on Edward if you want me to stay. Do you want me to live here or not? How disrespectful. She definitely needs grounded. And she is grounded. Leads to Jacob confessing about the Morbegs thing, gets her in trouble, which is very petty, I might add as well. But yeah, last thing I want to talk about this book, and then I'm going to finally move on. I have a live show in like 25 minutes. Oh my God. I think I've been talking about this for like so long. The last thing is there's the treaty again between the vampires and the werewolves. And if the vampires bite anyone, then they've broken the treaty and the werewolves will be able to come and attack. So that means that if the Cullens bite, you know, Bella to change her, to turn her, that will be breaking the treaty. So I kind of love that. I love that angle of it because again, it adds more stakes to it, adds more drama to the story. And we kind of wrap up with some like lingering possibilities for the future. So Victoria was still on the loose. My best friend counted me with his enemies. And if I didn't become a vampire soon, the Volturi would kill me. And now it seemed that if I did, the Quillette werewolves would try to do the job themselves, along with trying to kill my future family. It is a predicament. She is in a bit of a sticky patch there. But yeah, that was New Moon. I didn't love it as much as the first book. I do think there's a lot of nuance to be said about this book when it comes to a lot of the things that were explored in it. And I don't know if I'm the right person for that, honestly, but I gave it my best shot. And yeah, not as good as the first book, not as entertaining as the first book. So I would probably only give this book a 2.5 out of 5, maybe a 2. It just didn't really capture my interest all that much. And I do know the movie as well. It's not one of my favorite movies in the Twilight series, but Eclipse, from what I remember, and I don't remember much, is Eclipse was, I think, my favorite Twilight film, other than the first film. So I am very, very excited to get to the next book and hopefully have a better experience than I did with New Moon, which again wasn't a terrible experience, just wasn't as entertaining as the first book. Right, I poured myself a coffee because I'm going to need calming down during my review of Eclipse. Look, I have many gripes with this series, with this book, but I refuse to be aged out of this series. I still enjoyed reading Eclipse. It is probably my second favourite book after Twilight, the original. Definitely better than New Moon. The plot was great. Like, I really enjoyed the plot. We finally, after all this time, get Victoria. You know, she has been elusive since the first book. We saw her for one scene. We've only ever met her once in Twilight, and yet she's been the source of our troubles, of our drama for all of New Moon and all of Eclipse, essentially. And so I do love a character who lives rent-free in everyone's minds. Like, she didn't really have to do much. She just had to, you know, evade all of the werewolves and the vampires for as long as she did. And everyone was up in arms. I kind of respect that. I respected the hustle that Victoria had. And I am the original Victoria kind of stan, like from the movies. Rachel Lefebvre, I think her name is. Superior Victoria. But yeah, loved the plot of this. There was like this, you know, background kind of plot with Seattle And it does all connect, which I enjoyed. So we do hear about mass murders happening in Seattle and how that was kind of being shown in the media because it was so strange and bizarre how these things were happening. Like one person was abducted from a movie theater. Like they were sitting with their day for 1 second and then the next second he was completely gone and his body was found, I think it was like 30 miles away or something like that. It was really fascinating stuff. Like I was really enjoying the plot. We also have the fact that somebody had broken into Bella's house as well to get her scent, which was awesome. I'm focusing on the positives now because we will be ranting in just a minute. But yeah, there was an unknown scent from Bella's room. And nobody has any idea like what the hell is going on. And I really liked that whole scenario, especially since the Cullens were theorizing that a whole bunch of newborn vampires were running amok in Seattle, and there's the threat of the Volturi coming, so we did meet the Volturi in the second book, and so I was really liking how a lot of these threads were connecting, and I think Stephenie Meyer did a good job finally by book 3 to kind of have the pacing and the plot down and not just introducing something so last minute in the last like 100 pages where we end up having like have this, you know, breakneck speed of a finale, whereas the rest of the book was kind of at a slower pace. This one felt like it was pretty fastish pace for the majority of it. Still some issues, but like I definitely think that we are improving. Stephenie Meyer is not off the hook though. She's not off the hook. I wonder what she finds romantic. And honestly, like as a kid, as a teen, watching the movies, I can't remember how it is exactly portrayed in the movies. A lot of the stuff that happens in this specifically. But yeah, I feel like a lot of us were duped back in the day of what we would find romantic. And like I hate to admit this, but I think I'm woke. I think I am woke. I really do. You know, I want to tackle the Eclipse section of this video by kind of focusing on characters first. So we'll start with Bella. Bella was definitely the least annoying. And I'm not going to lie, I do think that she did not really a whole lot wrong in this book, and that's probably going against popular opinion considering how people feel about Bella. And don't get me wrong, she has frustrated me the last couple of books and she still continues to frustrate me in this book, but honestly in this one, well, especially in the last book, so we left Bella off with her getting grounded by her dad and her being so unreasonable with him, and I was like, young lady, you watch your mouth, you know. But she was actually accepting responsibility at the start of this book. She seemed to have grown somewhat since the last time we saw her, and she did feel guilty for what she put her dad through. So okay, we are learning, we are growing, and that's amazing. What I don't like is the way that she, again, like does seem to completely be utterly obsessed with Edward, that she's letting her other relationships fall. We have Charlie coming to Bella at the start of this book being like, oh, I will unground you, but on one condition, you actually start to see your friends because you have been ignoring them and you have not really been a good friend to anyone. And it just seems like you're a little bit too obsessed with your boyfriend. And honestly, someone needed to say it. And I respected the hell out of Charlie for saying it. But I will say though, Charlie is dead to me now. I'm not because of that. There's other reasons why Charlie is dead to me now, but I'm going to get to it in a second. But at the start of this book, like someone needed to tell Bella that, and I was so glad it was Charlie. And he was very pushy about Bella making amends with Jacob and all of that because, you know, he did get her in trouble. But obviously, like, Charlie seems to have like a little bit more of an ulterior motive as the book goes on. But yeah, he seems to be rather pushy about the whole Jacob thing. But obviously, Jacob won't talk to Bella as well, so it's kind of like a little bit awkward. But you know, teens being teens. The other point of Bella being so thoughtless is when Edward realizes that Bella's birthday gifts were all like kind of trashed, and Bella was like not even caring about that. Edward was like, well, do you not think that, you know, that would offend, you know, Alice, that would offend Emmett? And Bella just doesn't seem to care. Like, she genuinely doesn't seem to care about anyone else's feelings. And then as well, Esme gave Bella some plane tickets, so that she can go and see her mum. And obviously that's so sweet of Esme to do. I will say with Esme, all she ever does is whenever she has a line, it's always like, oh, Bella, honey, everything's going to be okay. Or like, Bella, honey, you're safe now. Like, those are the only times we hear from Esme. Like, she is like filling in the whole like mother role, absolutely. But I'm like, she says absolutely nothing of substance. You know what I mean? So I'm having a bit of issues with Esme. But yeah, Edward rightly points out to Bella that Esme would also probably be offended if you didn't take her up on this really thoughtful gift. And Bella is just like, she's just like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, Bella. But all of that kind of happens at the start of the book. She does start to, you know, see her friends a little bit more. And like, I don't really care about her friends, to be honest. Like, she does have a better bond with Angela than she does with any of her other friends. We barely see Jess as well. We barely see Anna Kendrick. She is mentioned pretty much once when they're graduating, but like I feel no connection and no affiliation with any of her other friends because again, like they were so underdeveloped. Bella definitely did not care about any of them. I mean, she did soften to Angela and Ben the most, but even then, those scenes were just like, I really found them rather boring and tedious. But Bella does kind of try. And I guess that's all you can ask for, really, from Bella. So those are like kind of the only individualistic parts of Bella that I can really talk about until we come to like Edward and Jacob and like her connections to them. So going on to Edward. Okay, so he is definitely controlling, manipulating, and not a great person. Again, I've mentioned this before. I've said their relationship is so unhealthy by this point. But at the same time, I'm... this is so bad of me. Like, part of me is turning a blind eye to it because I know, especially after reading the parts with Jacob Black, I know that this is like, I guess, the best option for Bella, and she totally loves him. She's obsessed with him. Renee even says to Bella, and I find this hilarious actually, when Renee says to Bella, oh, like, it seems like you're really obsessed with Edward. Every single time he moves, you seem to move with him, almost like a compass kind of thing. And I'm finding that hilarious because I'm just imagining, you know, Renee standing over there, Edward is like moving around and stuff next to me, and like pretend I'm Bella, and like every single time like Edward moves like a hand and stuff, like I can just imagine Bella just starting to do this like every single time Edward moves and trying to have a conversation with Renee. And it does sound romantic in theory that like her natural kind of body thing is just gravitating towards Edward. Like, it sounds romantic in theory, but honestly it looks so ridiculous in my head when I'm seeing Bella probably like spinning a full 360 when Edward's like running around and there's Bella just spinning in a chair. You know what I mean? That would be so funny. Anyway, yeah, like, so Edward, he doesn't want Bella to go and see Jacob, and he doesn't want Bella to go to La Push because Alice can't see the werewolves, and so her vision goes dark. And, you know, there's like some reasons, like, and also werewolves are very unpredictable, as are vampires, so like there's a lot of hypocritical stuff there. But the way Edward goes about it, he definitely is way too controlling. He gets, you know, Alice to babysit Bella when him and Emmett go hunting, and it does feel like Bella is trapped and like locked away almost. Definitely feels like a prison cell, and that's exactly how Stephenie Meyer portrays it as well. So at one point, Jacob does, you know, spur of the moment, say, Bella, hop on, and then Bella runs onto the motorbike because obviously Alice can't say that because Bella wasn't planning ahead. And the exact phrasing was something like Bella saying, it feels good to be free. And so obviously that reflects very poorly on Edward, who is making Bella feel like she is trapped, like she is unable to escape. And I find that like so, again, like icky when it comes to relationships. Even Jacob mentions at one point, you know, I was reading a lot about, you know, abusive and toxic teenage relationships, and Bella like stops him right there and then. And like, Jacob is not wrong. He's not wrong. But I will say, Edward does undergo transformation by the end of the book. He does seem to have probably the best character arc out of all of the main characters, while Jacob definitely has the worst. Because Edward, like, he's definitely old-fashioned, absolutely, and he has to kind of learn to not feel like he has to control every situation. And there are definitely moments when he is a lot more compromising when it comes to things. Like, obviously he does still have unrealistic demands. The fact that he wants, you know, them to be married because he wants to protect his virtue. Like, that was mentioned. Like, he has already lost so much, and obviously he doesn't believe that his soul will ever, you know, see heaven or anything like that again. But like, he's holding on to the last part of his virtue. And when Bella gets really horny later on, and she is like really wanting to do the deed with him, and Edward's like, no, it's too dangerous. I can't have sex with you, Bella. It'll be too much. The main reason for that as well is because the only thing Edward has left is his virtue. Okay, and he wants to protect that. So he doesn't want sex before marriage. And you know what? I respect anyone's choice with that. Bella doesn't fully understand because she's so fucking horny. And she has been since the first book, let's be honest. Whenever they've kissed, she has like tried to go a little bit further. And, you know, I don't blame her. But yeah, a lot of this book is Bella being horny. Like, but horny for Edward, and Edward alone. But yeah, it is a little bit of an unrealistic demand about the whole marriage thing. And again, I couldn't fully understand why Bella was the way she was with the whole marriage thing. Like, she was detesting it. She was like, what the fuck? Bear in mind, Bella is like, oh, I will die for him, but I will not marry him. It's like she can turn a blind eye to unaliven herself, but, you know, she has a problem with marriage. And it isn't even because of the whole Renee and Charlie you know, falling out and the whole divorce thing, which I thought would have left some trauma in Bella's life, and that's probably why she doesn't want to get married. She even mentioned that New Moon in like a line. There was a line about it in New Moon, but in this one, that's not the reason at all. No, she's only just want to get married because it's just so embarrassing. I'm not that girl, Edward. The one who gets married right out of high school like some small town hick who got knocked up by her boyfriend. Do you know what people would think? Do you realize what century this is? So she cares about what other people think? Really? That's not what we've been getting this entire time. Because she genuinely does not care about anyone else but her and Edward. Essentially, in Jacob as well, in Charlie, in the Cullens. But like when it comes to other people, like she does not give a fuck. She doesn't give a fuck if she hurts someone's feelings. And Bella is coming across as very judgmental here, but also she comes across as judgmental every single time she sees Emily. You know, Emily, the one who got scratched by Sam the werewolf, her imprinted partner. Well, every single time Bella sees her, she brings it up and she's like, oh, I look at her ruined face. I look at her ruined face and I think of things. And I'm just like, why are we still bringing that up? She kept bringing it up in New Moon. She brings it up now. And she's just like completely being like, oh, I can't stand to be that girl who gets married right out of high school. You want to spend the rest of your life with him anyway. You are willing to give up your life for him. You're willing to give up your humanity to be with him forever. In marriage is where you draw the line. You're willing to die, but you're not willing to get married. It's just a little bit bizarre to me. And I totally understand like some aspects of marriage. Like some people just don't want to get married. That's fine. I don't know if I ever want to get married, to be honest. But the way it's coming across, not just in this book, but all of them in general, it's just like, I don't know how to feel about it because it feels like Stephenie Meyer keeps changing her mind about Bella's mind changing about marriage. Because it was one way in the first book in Twilight when Bella first brought it up. She was the one who brought it up and she was wondering what it would be like to get married to Edward after hearing about Rosalie in Emmett. And then in New Moon, she's like, marriage? Look at what happened to Charlie and Renee. And then in this one, not a single thing about divorce being mentioned and like the trauma of her parents getting divorced or anything like that. But because it would be embarrassing if she got married out of high school. And I'm just like, do you really care what people think? I don't think so. I don't think she could. I don't think she does. I don't think she does. There's like a lot of blackmailing in this as well. I've realized like Bella was blackmailing Edward about like, oh, I will not get married until we have sex, essentially, because Bella just wants to have it. And she wants to have it before she's turned. And honestly, again, like that's her choice, like that's fair play. But she like kind of uses that against Edward and she's like blackmails him. But then he blackmails her back. He's like, well, I'm not going to give you it until I get that ring on your finger and we get married. And it's kind of like a back and forth thing. I'm just like, wow, they are blackmailing each other. Interesting. And then they do come to compromises and they do talk it through like mature adults and stuff like that. So it's so bizarre reading it in real time. Because I keep going back and forth, you know, like some kind of tennis match between like what I think of their actions and the things that they say to one another. Yeah, I was just like, my mind. But I love that Edward says, I was that boy who would have, as soon as I discovered that you were what I was looking for, gotten down on one knee and endeavored to secure your hand. I would have wanted you for eternity, even when the word didn't have quite the same connotations. And so I love the idea of, you know, Bella being a girl from a whole different world and Edward being from a world like totally different to hers. So we have two very separate different worlds clashing. I would have loved to have seen more of that in these books, in these stories, to see like, you know, Edward being very old fashioned and Bella being like very modern, and how that, you know, makes them butt heads, or like how that clashes with, you know, their feelings and stuff like that. We get like moments like this where they do argue with one another, but I mean, like, I would have loved to have seen that like kind of stretched out a little bit more to show the differences between their lifestyles, but like we don't really get a whole lot of that, mainly because Bella does just like do everything for Edward, and it's just like a whole lot of, you know, things that is a missed opportunity in my opinion. It could have led to like some way funnier moments between like the clash of them, but yeah, we just don't really ever get to that level, unfortunately. And I love the position Bella tries to take with everyone. She wants to be, you know, Switzerland, she mentioned. She wants to be, you know, the person who is in the middle but not involved. So the whole fight between the werewolves and the vampires, she's very neutral. So she is Switzerland. And Bella is the kind of person who would like to sit on the fence and like not really take a stand a lot of the times. And then sometimes when she does take a stand, it doesn't go quite according to plan, which is honestly fine for her character because she has been the kind of person who is very klutzy and very indecisive, which is, you know, she's 18 years old, so fair enough. But I am going to talk about Jacob in all of the werewolf stuff, all of the imprinting, the PDF file implications of the imprinting on babies, Jacob's repeated sexual assault of Bella. I'm going to be talking about all of that in this bit here. So I will give a massive trigger warning here for all of that. So if you do not want to hear any of that, then please do skip ahead, because I do think it is very, like, the way it's written in this, it is very hard-hitting, it is very direct. It made me very uncomfortable reading it, but also the way that some of it unfolds makes me uncomfortable with like how it's like dealt with as well. And Stephenie Meyer does have some war crimes to answer for. So again, please skip ahead, probably skip the entire rest of the Eclipse review if you are not ready to hear and talk about all of that stuff. Then hopefully I will see you in the Breaking Dawn section. But please look after yourself, and I am going to talk about it now. Well, first I'm going to take another drink of this because I might down the whole thing. You should have seen me the last 2 days. You should have seen me after reading all this stuff with Jacob. And I can't remember this stuff happening in Eclipse, the movie. I really do need that rewatch. Okay, so a few things, right? Let's talk about the imprinting. So the imprinting is that werewolves, they look at someone and they know that they are kind of like their soulmate, and they will want to protect them for the rest of their lives, and they will love them for who they are and be that kind of person in their life that they will need. And it sounds great in theory. It absolutely does. Like, I could only imagine somebody imprinting on me of age, for one. But yeah, we learn all about the imprinting, and then we find out Quill imprinted. And Quill imprinted on Claire. Claire is 2. Quill imprinted with a 2-year-old? It happens, Jacob shrugged. Or so the stories say. But she's a baby, I protested. Jacob says, Quill's not getting any older. He'll just have to be patient for a few decades. Like, I think the whole imprinting thing is supposed to be like some kind of thing in romance that can happen. I don't really know the ins and outs of it. I know there's like alphas, omegas, and the whole, maybe omegaverse potentially. There's a whole thing there. A 2-year-old in Quill is just going to have to be patient for a few decades. I'm glad Bella says, I'm trying my hardest not to be critical, but in truth, I was horrified. Same. Jacob does say, there's nothing romantic about it at all, not for Quill, not now. Like, that makes it any better. Just because he doesn't fancy this baby, this 2-year-old, doesn't mean he's not going to wait until she is of age. Maybe he might not even wait until then. Until she's a little bit older, he's going to be waiting. The idea that someone is waiting for you to come of age when you're 2 years old is fucking disgusting. I don't care if it's imprinting, if it's part of the Omegaverse or shit and fuck like that. That is fucking disgusting. Why would you write that, Miss Meyer? Why would you write that? Jacob says, it's more like gravity moves. When you see her, suddenly it's not the earth holding you here anymore. She does, and nothing matters more than her. And you would do anything for her, be anything for her. You become whatever she needs you to be, whether that's a protector, or a lover, or a friend, or a brother. Quill will be the best, kindest big brother any kid ever had. There isn't a child on the planet that will be more carefully looked after than that little girl. And then when she's grown up, they'll be as happy as Emily and Sam. Doesn't Claire get a choice yet? Of course, but why wouldn't she choose him in the end? He'll be her perfect match, like he was designed for her alone. You know what that sounds like? Sounds like grooming, is what that sounds like. It sounds like you're grooming this 2-year-old girl. You're going to be, like, if imprinting was just about being a kind of, like, a godfather kind of figure, someone who will protect that child for the rest of her life, that is what imprinting means. It's like, not like soulmate in the romantic sense, like, they will never, ever be romantic. If imprinting was just about protecting them and being like their guardian angel, I would get on board with that. That sounds really nice. But the implication that this child is going to grow up and not feel like she has a choice for anyone else because she's already been groomed to think that this person is their true love. That they will never ever do any better than the person who has been grooming them since 2 years old. Imprinting equals grooming. Look, if Quill imprinted on someone his own age, fine, fair enough. A fucking 2-year-old. Oh god, it made me fucking sick. And so just moving on from that little thing there, because again, that was like the first thing I got me heated. And seeing Bella and Jacob together is a little bit icky now as well, because, you know, Bella is in a committed relationship with Edward and she is still, you know, with, you know, Jake. It's fine if they were going to be friends and they should have been able to move on. But the fact that they're like still holding hands and they still kind of want things to be like the way they were and stuff, I'm like, times have changed. Times have changed. Bella knows as well, holding his hand. She's like, I wonder what people would think. They would think we're a couple. But, you know, I don't care. He's my Jacob. And this is the way it's always been. Things need to change. Okay? Things need to change. But that's the only time I will ever criticize Bella for her actions. Because after what happens next, Bella is blameless. In my eyes, Bella is very, very blameless. And I'm just going to say it. You might disagree. I don't care. Bella is blameless. Well, firstly, Jacob tells Bella that she would be better off dead rather than a vampire. Like, he literally says, oh, I would rather you be dead than a vampire. And obviously Bella's like, what the fuck? Like, that's awful. And yeah, it is. Like, that is genuinely upsetting and so nasty to say. Jacob does apologize for it. So I'm like, okay, we can probably move on from that. Okay, but what he does next, I will never, ever, 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 ever forgive him for. Ever. Because he doesn't just do it once. He does it 3 times. Look at this. This is just the start. This is just the fucking start. Okay, leading up to this, the first sexual assault of Bella, we end the previous chapter with Jacob saying, I'm in love with you, Bella. Bella, I love you and I want you to pick me instead of him. I know you don't feel that way, but I need the truth out there so that you know your options. I wouldn't want a miscommunication to stand in our way. The thing is, though, we already knew this. This is not new information. We know exactly how Jacob feels about Bella. Bella knows how Jacob feels about Bella. Bella has said to Jacob repeatedly, I love Edward. I am with Edward. Edward is my one true love. I don't love you in the same way. We've already had this song and dance. So Jacob is just constantly telling Bella, I love you, pick me. Pick me. Choose me. Love me. It's very off-putting. It really is. Like, I wouldn't mind a little bit of, well, competition, I guess. But like, even Charlie says earlier on, oh, it wouldn't hurt Edward to have a little bit of competition. I'm like, Charlie, shut the fuck up. Charlie, this is your a daughter and her love life. And you're like, oh, well, you know, we should have these 2 guys fighting over you. Like, Charlie, what are you doing? What are you doing? But we're going to get you in a second, Charlie. Don't you worry. Obviously, Bella's like a little bit horrified, even though she kind of already knew this. And Jacob says, do you want me to go away and never see you again? Be honest. She says, no, I don't want that. And he says, see what, Jacob? Like, just because she sees you as a friend, and just because she doesn't want you to disappear forever, how does that prove anything? Huh? And she says, your family, I love you, but I'm not in love with you. Jacob says, but you do want me around? And she says, yes. And he's like, well, then I'll stick around. And Bella has to ask, do you think you could behave yourself a little better at least? Because yeah, Jacob's behavior is disgusting. It gets worse, but like up to this point, the way he keeps like pressuring her and just keeps chipping away at her about like, oh, you love me, and I love you, and all this and the other. I'm just like, Bella has told you there's a line, do not cross it. I know Bella is like holding his hand beforehand and stuff like that, but I don't think anything justifies what Jacob's about to do. So yeah, Bella asks him, can you just behave a little better? And he says, no, I don't. You decide, Bella. You can have me the way I am, bad behavior included, or not at all. Like, how gross is that? Just as a friend, you know, if you have a friend, like Jacob Black is Bella's best friend. And I'm honestly, I'm so devastated for Bella. She needs better people around her. And yeah, Jacob's like, I decided I'm not giving up. And Bella says, I love him, Jacob. He's my whole life. You love me too, he reminded me. But he's not your whole life either, not anymore. Maybe he was once, but he left. Oh, and then, okay, I'm going to read out what happens, but again, major trigger warning for sexual assault. So Bella tells him my hobbies are numbered, and then he still had my chin, his fingers holding too tight till it hurt, and I saw the resolve form abruptly in his eyes. I started to object. Bella was about to say no, but it was too late. And again, like, I do feel like Stephenie Meyer has an amazing way of portraying the fear and the awful things that young girls and women have to go through when they are, you know, put through things by disgusted men. So in the first book, when Bella felt cornered by those 4 strangers, those 4 men and stuff, I felt that fear through Bella. And that was a thing that really like shocked me, like how well written that was, because I really did feel myself in Bella's shoes. And then the depression Bella went through in the second book, that was, I thought, very well done as well. I felt the depression. And here we have someone, this man is a man now. Well, apparently because of his age, and he doesn't age, but he is older than Bella technically because of his like werewolfness. So he's older than Bella, technically, but yeah, we have a man forcing himself on a woman. And I was sick. I felt sick, but I felt it. So I am going to read it out, but it is really hard to read. And again, like, I don't know how you can be Team Jacob after this. I'm not judging you. Any of Team Jacob's out there, I'm not judging you. Movie Team Jacob could be a thing. I would need to rewatch the films. But anyway, his lips crushed mine, stopping my protest. He kissed me angrily, roughly, his other hand gripping tight around the back of my neck, making escape impossible. I shoved against his chest with all my strength, but he didn't even seem to notice. His mouth was soft, despite the anger, his lips moulding to mine in a warm, unfamiliar way. I grabbed at his face, trying to push it away, failing again. He seemed to notice this time, though, and it aggravated him. His lips forced mine open, and I could feel his hot breath in my mouth. Acting on instinct, I let my hands drop to my side and shut down. I opened my eyes and didn't fight, didn't feel, just waited for him to stop. Like, I'm actually kind of fucking emotional. Like, do you know how... I could feel it. I could feel it. Bella does not want this. Her body is shutting down. Her body is shutting down as he's forcing himself on her. Oh my God, like, I was getting so angry. So angry to the point of, I was nearly in tears. Like, I'm nearly in tears now. Yeah, acting on instinct, I let my hands drop to my side and shut down. I opened my eyes and didn't fight, didn't feel, just waited for him to stop. It worked. The anger seemed to evaporate and he pulled back to look at me. He pressed his lips softly to mine again, once, twice, a third time. I pretended I was a statue and waited. Like, that was awful. That was awful. I just felt all the blood rush out of me reading that. I don't have the words, but girls, women have to put up with that, like, all the time. In the real world, in the fictional world, they had to put up with that all the time. Men not knowing their place, men thinking they can just take what they want. And that's exactly what Jacob felt in this moment. Finally, he let go of my face and leaned away. Are you done now? I asked in an expressionless voice. Yes, he sighed. He started to smile, closing his eyes. I put my arm back and then let it snap forward, punching him in the mouth with as much power as I could force. I was so rooting for Bella to do that. And someone did mention, oh, do you not remember the infamous Bella punch in Eclipse? And I don't. I actually don't. I really do need to rewatch it. But yeah, that must mean that this also happens in the film. And honestly, like, he just keeps trying to touch Bella and he doesn't know what he's done wrong. He doesn't think he's done anything wrong. He had the nerve to wrap his arm around me. I jerked away from him. When he got on the driver's side, he was whistling. He literally doesn't think what he's just done is wrong. He's proud of himself for what he just did to Bella there. He's so happy that he kissed her. That had to be better than kissing a rock. Not even remotely close, I told him. And he says, you're just mad. I don't have any experience with this kind of thing, but I thought it was pretty incredible myself. You could be happy if you let go. You could be happy with me. Stop. Stop. Like, that is the most unattractive, disgusting thing to say after what you just did. And it doesn't get better. Guys, it actually gets worse. It gets, oh my God, I can't even fathom. He grinned over at me, you kissed me back. She didn't. He is trying to gaslight her right now into thinking that she shut down. Her body shut down. She was that traumatized by what he was doing to her. Her body shut down. I am so fucking angry at him. I did not. Jacob says, I think I can tell the difference. She says, obviously you can't. That was not kissing back. That was trying to get you the hell off of me, you idiot. And he says, touchy, almost overly defensive, I would say. He is trying to convince her that she kissed him back. Oh, he's fucking vile. And I'm not saying I'm 100% Team Edward. He was a major peeping Tom creep in the first book. Controlling, absolutely. And, 100 and whatever years old. So there is the age gap there. But this right here is the most unforgivable, disgusting behavior any kind of person could do to another person. To a best friend could do to their best friend. And you know what? I'm just going to get so much more raged. So yeah, he takes Bella back home. And, she's obviously heard her hand punching him. And Charlie's like, oh, what happened? Jacob laughed. She hit me. Charlie laughed too. And I scowled. Why did she hit you? Because I kissed her, Jacob said, unashamed. Good for you, kid. Charlie congratulated him. Yeah, this was the moment Charlie died to me. Obviously, I know Charlie doesn't know the full context in all this, that, and the other, but this is a world, right, where guys are rewarded for their bad behavior towards girls. And it's very apparent in this moment that that's exactly what happens. Charlie has just seen his daughter distraught, coming into the house. She's hurt her hand because she punched the person who forced himself on her. And Charlie laughs. Charlie congratulates the person who did that. Because he has a bias towards Jacob. He is Team Jacob. He does not care what his daughter wants. He is Team Jacob. Charlie, I loved you in the first book. I had some reservations about you in the second book. You're dead to me in the third book. Dead to me. Same with Jacob. They're both dead to me. And Charlie even says, maybe you should pick on people your own size. Oh, so like, if your daughter is trying to protect herself from somebody forcing themselves on her, she should just let it happen. What a fucking asshole. And honestly, surprised Edward had the restraint. This is why I do prefer Edward in this book, because he doesn't do anything too rash. He listens to Bella. He understands Bella. But he's like defensive. He's like, if you try and do that again, if you try and force yourself on her again, I will break your jaw. And I will not let you get away with it. I respect that. I respect that a lot. Hate the fact that they're playing games like, oh, may the best man win and shit like that. Look, I honestly, it makes me so fucking mad when people try and treat other people as like property or, you know, something to be won. So the second sexual assault is while he's in wolf form. And I would consider this sexual assault. You might not, but I do. So while, you know, the vampires and the werewolves are working together, which I did love those aspects of this book. I loved that plot. I loved it when two enemies come together to fight a common enemy. I think that's great. And I love that they were trying to work together and they had to overcome some of their prejudices and like the smells. And Jasper was showing them how to do this, that, and the other. And, you know, it was so good. I loved all of that. I love finding out about Rosalie's backstory as well. Bless her heart. Like, honestly, she had it rough. And I totally understand where she's coming from when it comes to Bella as well. When she was talking about being jealous of her, because she has options. Like, Bella has options. She can live her life. Bella might not know what she wants to do in 10, 15, 20 years time. Her decision to become a vampire is permanent. And I totally get that. I totally get Rosalie's side of it. So again, I loved a lot of those aspects. Great book when it comes to those aspects. So yeah, they're in like the clearing and stuff, and the vampires trying to teach the werewolves how to deal with newborn vampires. And I loved all that. So yeah, we have, without warning, Jacob suddenly licked my face from chin to hairline. Ew, gross, Jake, I complained, jumping back and smacking at him, just as I would have if he were human. So when you have, like, say, a cat or a dog licking your face and stuff, that is like a sign of affection, right? That is like, you know, them kissing you in a way. And after what Jacob did to Bella in human form by forcing himself on her, this sudden, out of nowhere, licking of her face, the entire face, was him again trying to kiss her, or successfully kissing her, I might add. And just because he's in wolf form doesn't change the fact, in my opinion, that was sexual assault. That was strike number 2 against Jake, in my opinion. You might disagree. But then Bella laughs. Bella's unable to keep from laughing with him. And I'm just like, this is when it's starting to get like really icky, the way that Stephenie Meyer is showing her response to it. Because like, Bella doesn't forgive Jacob straight away for what he did. Like, she holds that grudge and she does like try to uninvite him to the party and things like that. And she shows that she is furious about what he did. And he, again, just like never apologizes or anything like that. He is very adamant that what he did was the right thing to do. But it feels like Bella like kind of gradually gives up feeling resentment towards him because she has no other option really. Like, she loves her best friend and I can't fault her for that. But I really do wish Stephenie Meyer had, you know, consequences for these actions and show them a lot better than what she's showing them now. So to have Bella laughing after this one is, I think Stephenie Meyer just being like, oh yeah, this was like a jokey kind of thing. Like, they're just friends, like goofing around and stuff. But I'm like, to me, it's not. To me, it's not. Again, I'm woke. Even before that as well, like, Bella is still like really pissed off with him when Jacob comes to the party. Like, Jacob can't keep his hands off her. And I'm just like, he has no boundaries whatsoever. I know Edward doesn't a lot of the times too, but Jacob, he crosses the line. He doesn't just cross it, he jumps, he hopscotches over it. He literally does a song and dance while he is on his way to just grope and touch Bella when she doesn't want to be groped and touched. How can you excuse that? One key thing I will say about Bella and Edward before we talk more about Jacob is Bella does like formally accept his marriage proposal, and Edward gives her the ring that he got from his mother. And so like that, it was like a really sweet touching moment. He took my left hand in his and slid the ring into place on my third finger. I promise to love you forever, every single day of forever. Will you marry me? I whispered, yes. And like, it does feel rather sweet and romantic. I will say that. Like, I don't mind that kind of progression with their relationship in book number 3 because they've been together for a while now and they've been through quite a lot together as well. So I think at this point, I don't mind those overtly kind of romantic gestures. So it was kind of a nice balance to have Bella be with someone who she fully loves and wants to be with, as opposed to the person forcing himself on her. So honestly, I'll just take anything at this point. So one of the scenes that I remember from the movie is that they go camping in like the mountains and it's very snowy and very cold. And I remember Jacob has to like warm Bella up with his body because he's like a space heater. As a werewolf, he just is naturally hot. And so like they didn't really have a choice. The proximity that Jacob and Bella have in the tent. And it's nice to have Edward there and be reasonable about it as well. And he is like very considerate. Like he doesn't like what's happening, but he knows what's best for Bella, and Bella needs to get warmed up or she'll die. So he's very forgiving. He's very nice about it, which is again like why I'm like so much more Team Edward than I am Team Jacob. But Jacob asks Bella, does that mean he's a better kisser than I am? And Bella says, I really couldn't say, Jake. Edward is the only person I've ever kissed. And Jacob says, besides me. And she says, but I don't count that as a kiss, Jacob. I think of it more as an assault. So Bella considers it an assault as well. And Jacob says, ouch, that's cold. It's the truth. It is hard fucking facts, Jacob. And it just shows you his immaturity as well. He's supposed to be technically older than Bella now. He is so fucking immature. And he says, I did apologize about that, he reminded me. It was the bare bones of an apology. He did not acknowledge what he did. He was just saying it just to move on from it. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't real. And Bella says, and I forgive you, mostly doesn't change the way I remember it. And he keeps asking her for her to kiss him. Because he's like, oh, how do you know if you're going to be with Edward? How do you know if you love him if you haven't tried other people? And I hate that argument. It's like people saying to me, how do you know you're gay if you've never slept with a woman? Because I love cock, okay? That's the bottom line. You do not tell me, how do I know if I'm gay? I fucking know. I know. You do not know better than me about me. You know what I mean? And so all the arguments Jacob presents. So yeah, Jacob is warming up Bella and she obviously doesn't have a choice. She's lying there and she's feeling so much better about it. Jacob says, your lips are still blue, he mused. Want me to warm those up for you too? You only have to ask. He can't fucking help himself. Bella said to him, I consider what you did to me assault. And he is still pushing it. I love the conversation that Jacob and Edward has as well. Bella's kind of asleep, kind of not. She's listening to the entire thing. But the conversation between Jacob and Edward was actually quite nice. I enjoyed that. Don't like Jacob being like, oh, can you consider the idea that I might be better for her than you are? Like, she's really not better with you, Jacob, honey. Really not. But I kind of liked their conversation. It was good. It was good. But then we have to ruin it at the end when Edward says, sleep well, Jacob. Enjoy the moment. It was quiet again and the tent held still for a few minutes. The wind seemed to have decided that it wasn't going to flatten us after all and was giving up the fight. Edward groaned softly. I didn't mean that quite so literally. Sorry, Jacob whispered. You could leave, you know. Give us a little privacy. Edward is obviously because Edward can like read minds and shit like that. Edward is obviously picking up the standing to attention that Jacob is doing right now. Oh, like it makes my skin crawl. It makes my skin crawl. The fact that he has to wrap his arms around this person he assaulted, warm her up while he is having movement downstairs, thinking these degrading things in his head that Edward has to kind of put up with because he is not going to leave Bella, obviously. Not with him. Because knowing Jacob, if he was left alone with Bella, you know what he would do. I have no doubt by this point in the story that Jacob would have went further if he was left alone with Bella. You could give us a little privacy. And again, it doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. How are my Team Jacobs now? How are my Team Jacobs doing? Please let me know in the comments. How are you doing? So Jacob overhears Edward and Bella talking about the fact that they're, talking about getting married and stuff like that. Jacob howls in the distance, and Bella says, do you think I care whether it's fair or whether he was adequately warned? I'm hurting him. Every time I turn around, I'm hurting him again. My voice was getting louder, more hysterical. I'm a hideous person. Bella, I'm going to stop you right there. You are not a hideous person. You've let him know exactly how your feelings are. You don't love him the way you love Edward. You have told him not to touch you, not to kiss you. You did not want that. You are not hurting him. Her saying to Edward, yes, I've accepted your marriage proposal. It's one of the best nights of my life. Jacob overhearing that and getting sad about that is not Bella's fault. Not Bella's fault. She is not a hideous person. She should not feel guilty for anything. Fuck Jacob. Fuck Jacob. Edward even goes to get Jacob. He's like, do you want me to bring him back so we can talk? And like, that is so considerate, I will say. Again, like, more points to Team Edward for that. And then, oh my God. Okay, so he comes back and Bella apologizes and he says that's not much of an apology. And she's like, tell me how to do it right. She does not owe you an apology. Jacob, the only person who should be apologizing is you for the sexual assault twice. And then he even threatens Bella about, because he's going to go off to the battle with, you know, the new vampires and the werewolves and, you know, the Cullens. He's going to go and fight with them, while Bella has convinced Edward to stay with her during the whole fight so, like, they don't get in danger. And Jacob says, well, you're not the only one capable of self-sacrifice to complete that game. There's a pretty serious fight brewing down there. I don't think it will be that difficult to take myself out of the picture. He's literally threatening to get himself killed to get Bella to admit she loves him and to get her to kiss him again. And she's begging with him. She is begging, like, please, no, Jake, no, like, please don't do that. And he's getting her to say, I love you, Jacob, I whispered brokenly. Like, he's broken her down so much by this point. Anything, I called after him in a strangled voice, anything you want, Jacob, just don't do this. I don't really think you mean that. Stay, I begged. No, I'm going, but I could leave it to fate. I don't have to do anything deliberate. I could just do my best for my pack and let what happens happen. If you could convince me you really did want me back, more than you wanted to do the selfless thing, how you could ask me, he suggested. Will you kiss me, Jacob? His eyes widened in surprise. He's not fucking surprised at all. That's exactly what he wanted. You're bluffing. Kiss me, Jacob. Kiss me and then come back. I knew he would take advantage of the situation. I expected it. Bella is only saying to Jacob to kiss her because he's just threatened to end his own life. I want to get so emotional again. I want to get so fucking angry again. And Bella's unsure how far I could go in my desperation to keep him alive. She doesn't want this to happen. She really doesn't want this to happen. But she wants Jacob to stay alive. So yeah, I could feel his anger as his mouth discovered my passive resistance. And so like, he's groping her, he's grabbing her. Both arms were constricted around my wrist and his lips found my ear. You can do better than this, Bella, he whispered huskily. You're overthinking it. I shivered as I felt his teeth graze my earlobe. This is the third sexual assault. I don't care if Bella said, kiss me, Jacob. I don't care about that. She was coerced into saying that. She was forced into doing that. That's right, Himimid. For once, just let yourself feel what you feel. Again, how dare you tell someone else how to feel? He is manipulating her to feel this way by manipulating her emotions. Are you sure you want me to come back, or did you really want me to die? My arms were around his neck, so I grabbed two fistfuls of his hair, ignoring the stabbing pain in my right hand, and fought back, struggling to pull my face away from his. And Jacob misunderstood. He was too strong to recognize that my hands trying to yank his hair out by his roots meant to cause him pain. Instead of anger, he imagined passion. He thought I was finally responding to him. My brain disconnected from my body and I was kissing him back. This, I'm going to say right now, she is now disconnected again. She is disconnected. She's going through trauma again. She's going through a sexual assault again. She's disconnected. She is kissing him back, but she's doing that for her own survival and for Jacob's survival, which honestly she should not care about at this point. Let him die. Let him get killed in that fight. I don't give a shit. But she's doing everything she possibly can to stop him from doing what he's threatened to do. And she's saying, why wasn't I stopping this? Worse than that, why couldn't I find in myself even the desire to want to stop? What did it mean that I didn't want him to stop? The question was stupid because I knew the answer. I'd been lying to myself. Jacob was right. He'd been right all along. I was in love with him. See, this is where Stephenie Meyer needs to answer for her crimes, because now she's trying to make it seem like Bella has changed her mind and that she is in love with Jacob and that she wants this. She does not. She does not. Her body, her everything shut down. She does not want this. And so Stephenie Meyer is doing a huge disservice to Bella here by even writing that. Jacob was right. He'd been right all along. That makes me so fucking sick. It makes me hate the fact that Stephenie Meyer wrote that. It's just, it's not right. It's not right. This is the third time that he has forced himself on her. If she thinks that, it's because he's forced that in her head. He has broken her down so completely that she now has been gaslit to the point that she believes that she loves him and that he was right all along. It's only because she's been broken down so much to get to this point. He bent to kiss me again and there was no reason to resist. What would be the point? Again, it's showing like how much she knows it's a losing battle trying to fight against him. That's not romantic. It was brief and very, very sweet. Miss Meyer, when I catch you. I'm joking. I don't want anyone thinking I'm actually threatening someone. I'm joking. But, pissed off doesn't quite cover it. So moving on from that, we finally get Victoria. And I love the fact that she hasn't been seen since the first book. And she's finally come into it. What I will say is that I'm kind of gutted. It only lasted about 10 pages. Like, she comes back on page 440. She's dead by page 450. And I do love all of the battling with Edward and stuff like that, and how Bella was going to try and intervene and things. Like, I loved all of that scene. It was great. It just happened a little bit anticlimactically. And we didn't get to see any of the fight with the werewolves and the newfound vampires. So that's like a little bit sad that we missed like probably the best part. But we are, in Bella's POV. So it was obvious that we weren't going to get any of that. So fair enough. But yeah, I love the fact that we had Victoria come back. But it was Edward's burn against her. He says, silly to waste so much energy avenging someone who had less affection for you than a hunter for his mount. You were never more than a convenience to him, I would know. And so yeah, like what Victoria's done for the last like 2 weeks, it's like, was it worth it in the end for a man? You go through all of these lengths for a man. And that's kind of the bottom line, isn't it? It seems like a lot of the females presented in the Twilight Saga, the Twilight series, seem to just bend over backwards for the men in their lives. And so yeah, having Victoria do all of this for a man is like a little bit shit. Like, she should have been living her life elsewhere. What a wasted effort. What a wasted effort. But yeah, loved the death of Victoria. I thought it was great. And I also loved the kind of climax with the newfound vampire Brie. So I do know that there was that spin-off book, The Short Second Life of Brie Tanner, I believe. And I do remember, I actually read that book. I actually read that novella. And I can't remember what I thought of it, but I do remember feeling like it was tragic. Like, I felt so bad for Brie. She did not ask to be made into a vampire. And, she didn't know what to do. She, didn't have the guidance that she was supposed to have. And I love the fact that Carlisle was even pleading with Jane from the Volturi that they would look after Brie. They will show her the right way of living. She hasn't been raised well, and it's not her fault kind of thing. I love that he was fighting for her. But yeah, it's so tragic that Jane doesn't really listen and gets Felix to end Brie's life, or second life, I guess. And that's that. And that was it. Like, that's tragic. And even that stuck with Bella too. She's like, am I going to end up like that if I turn? So I like all of these doubts that's planted in Bella's mind when it comes to the vampires. But yeah, like the whole Brie stuff, yeah, it was just tragic. Like, fuck Victoria for what she did to her. And like the other newfound vampires as well, that's tragic too. Like, they didn't ask to be turned and they had their lives cut short because of it. And yeah, they didn't have a choice. It's really upsetting. So I liked that whole scene there. The Volturi were useless though. But I do like Jane. Like, she's very ruthless. Caius will be so interested to hear that you're still human, Bella. Perhaps he'll decide to visit. The date is set, Alice told her. Perhaps we'll come to visit you in a few months. I love Alice. Like, Alice is the MVP of this book again. I didn't really get to speak much about her, but I loved how light she is sometimes. But I also love that we also saw the pressure on her too. She has this ability to kind of see the future. Kind of, it is a bit hazy, but there's a lot of responsibility on her shoulders. So when Alice doesn't see something happen, especially when it comes to Bella, Edward is really hard on her, and Alice is like, hey, I can't look at everything at the exact same time, and things change. Like, it's a lot. It is a lot. And I love that Alice was so passionate about Bella's wedding and wanting to be part of it and all of that. Like, that was sweet. But yeah, Alice, love her. She is definitely, I think, my favorite character now. But then we have Jacob trying to make it sound like Bella was the bad one for kissing him. So he says to her, kissing me back like that was inexcusable. He spit the words at me. If you knew you were just going to take it back, maybe you shouldn't have been quite so convincing about it. And Bella winces, I'm so sorry. He says, sorry doesn't make anything better, Bella. What were you thinking? That is the exact type of manipulative, abusive, fucking disgusting man thing to say. To turn that sexual assault around and be like, how dare you kiss me back if you didn't mean it? That is so disgusting. Sorry, we'll not begin to cover it. Are you fucking kidding me, Jacob? Are you kidding me? Dead. Jacob is dead to me. I will never, ever, ever forgive him as the reader. And I know Bella is. She's apologizing to him. She's begging him like, hey, I need you in my life. Like, you are my best friend. And he hasn't apologized himself for the gravity of what he did. He didn't apologize. I'll be your friend, Bella. I won't ask for more than that. Fucking screw your friendship. It's gone so far beyond that. She has said to you time and time and time again, I just want to be friends with you, Jacob. And he turns around and does that. Nothing Bella did warranted what he did to her. Bella holding his hand, I mean, like, I did take issue with it to begin with because I'm like, hey, Bella, you're in a relationship, girl, and you know how it looks to other people. But holding someone's hand, holding your best friend's hand, does not excuse Jacob's behavior. It does not invite anyone in to sexually assault you. It doesn't. Nothing Bella did warranted what Jacob did to her. Nothing. And he's still going, I'm exactly right for you, Bella. It would have been effortless for us, comfortable, easiest breathing. I was the natural path your life would have taken. Don't you fucking tell her what would be the natural path for her. Don't you tell her who she would be happy with. You know, they're kind of friends again. And then they're wondering who Jacob will imprint on. And Bella says, I probably won't think she's good enough for you. I wonder how jealous I'll be. And he says, that part might be kind of fun. Knowing exactly who he imprints on. The Loch Ness Monster. Knowing exactly who he imprints on. Ironic. Darkly funny. To have that said there. That is pretty much Eclipse. We do still have Bella's impending change on the horizon. We have a date, August 13th. So we have a wedding coming up. We have the changing coming up. We have potentially the Volturi, you know, still being a bit of an enemy and all of that. So as much as I have had so many issues, so many gripes, so many things that have made me emotional and angry while reading this book, I still want to read on. I still have a soft spot for this series, as strange as it is for me to say. Again, weirdly nostalgic, even though I never got this far in my reading journey of reading the series. And it's weird again, after how much I ranted, that I did enjoy Eclipse to an extent, and I definitely still think it was better than New Moon. But after being, I think, like 50-50 on Team Jacob and Team Edward in New Moon, I am 100% Team Edward after reading Eclipse. 100%. There is no competition. Despite my issues with Edward, there's no competition. So at the minute, I have started Breaking Dawn and I am partways through. And Eclipse was the last Twilight book that I've kind of completely finished. And I did want to talk like a little bit about the Native American representation, the racism, and other kind of problematic things that are in this series. But I wanted its own little section for it because it's really hard to kind of pull these things out during my review of like the plot and the story of Twilight, because I'm like focusing very heavily on like Bella and Edward and Jacob and the love triangle and stuff like that. But it was really important to at least acknowledge the fact that there are some really like bad things about the series that I don't want anyone to feel personally affronted by. So like, if you're a huge fan of Twilight, please don't think I'm attacking you for this. I remember when I did my Goosebumps videos and I was calling out all the fat phobia in that series. I love Goosebumps, but you know, whenever I do reread those books and I notice the fat phobia, I call it out. But then I get a barrage of comments being like, you know, like very defensive, as if I'm calling the people who love the series fat phobic. I'm not. So that's the exact same thing I'm going to apply here. I want to talk very seriously about like the Native American representation, the racism. And I mean, I'm not the best person to talk about it because those are not my experiences. So I've had to do like a lot of research, and I have been watching videos and reading articles about it as well, because yeah, like I don't really know a whole lot myself about, you know, like Native American history or American history in general. Like a lot of that just like was not taught to me as I was growing up. I live in the UK, so I know a lot of British history, although actually a lot of that's kind of gone out of my head because it's rather awful. Like a lot of British history is like really fucking awful. But yeah, a lot of stuff that I'm about to talk about, I don't really know a whole lot about in general, but I have been trying to do my research. I have been watching other videos. So I will highlight 3 videos I watched recently that were really good and really informative. So we have Alli and Andie, and they have a video that I will link down below, as well as the Cavarnicle and Earth to Nelly as well. So I'm going to link all 3 of those videos down below. They were all very informative, taught me so many things that, yeah, as I was, you know, going through those videos, I was thinking, damn, like, yeah, that's like so true. And like a lot of that kind of went over my head. But when you look at the like the context clues, when you realize, you know, like Stephenie Meyer and her Mormonism, and I don't know a whole lot about Mormons either. I'm not a religious person. I've never been religious. So I don't really know a whole lot about religious, you know, like people, or what those like specific like Mormon churches represent, and you know, all of that. Like I'm very unaware when it comes to the greater kind of conversation around what Stephenie Meyer does in her books. So all I can really talk about usually is just like the plot, the characters, how it makes me feel, stuff like that. But I have a platform and I am doing a vlog reading the books pretty much for the first time. And it's extremely important, I think, for me to, you know, say, hey, like I didn't actually like realize a whole lot of this stuff. I did think the representation of like the Native Americans in the Twilight series, I have said in this vlog as well that it seems a little bit iffy, but I couldn't quite put my finger on some of it as well, but like it didn't feel quite right. And there is the Quillia tribe, and I think that's the right pronunciation. I was looking up YouTube videos of people talking about this. So the Quillia tribe is the tribe in Twilight in La Push, and I genuinely thought that Stephenie Meyer made up this tribe. I genuinely thought La Push was like a fictional place. So the fact that Stephenie Meyer has kind of appropriated an actual real life, you know, Native American tribe is so eye-opening. Like, why would you take a real life community of people and enforce your own kind of things to it? And a lot of the things that Stephenie Meyer has done has just made them seem so like uncivilized and so repulsive. Like the whole like werewolf stuff as well. Like I've even said, like when I was reviewing Eclipse, all of the like the imprinting things and the kind of attributes that she's applied to werewolves has kind of trickled down into her view on Native American people. Like, I can't speak for Stephenie Meyer and say, oh, she definitely thinks this, she definitely thinks that. But when you look at the bigger picture, and I'm telling you, those videos I watched were so informative. When you look at the bigger picture with like the Mormon church and what the Mormon church have done to Native American people, especially in like the 50s, 60s, 70s, and like leading up to like the year 2000. And I think even like a little bit after that too. But like there was a whole lot of, I've got an article here as well from Business Insider about like in the 1950s, thousands of Native American children were placed in Mormon homes for racial assimilation. Now, experts fear an upcoming Supreme Court ruling could allow that to happen again. And this was only a couple of years ago. So like this kind of thing where, you know, people in the Mormon church, and I'm not going to say like every single Mormon person did this. I'm still learning. But like the whole idea that they've taken Native American children and placed them in their homes to kind of, you know, make them feel more civilized, or like to teach them their ways and, you know, completely kind of erase their own culture and make them think so. Like it's really sinister, and it's something that has happened throughout history. But when you also apply to the Twilight series as well and Stephenie's own beliefs, like, does Stephenie think that Native Americans are uncivilized in the way that werewolves are represented in like New Moon and Eclipse, the way that they're so volatile and violent and they can easily just like attack, like, you know, the whole stuff with Sam and Emily, and how Sam attacked Emily because, you know, he imprinted on her, and Emily rejected him because he was dating her cousin Leah. So like this whole like abusive thing that happened is like made even more horrifying. I mean, it was horrifying to begin with anyway, but like it's made even more horrifying when you realize the implications of that and how that represents Native American people. And like, oh my God, there's so much to talk about. And honestly, I'm like going down a little bit of a wormhole, just like learning about it and discovering that as well. And especially when so you have the werewolves, you have the vampires in Stephenie Meyer series, and the way that the vampires are more like angelic, and the way that she represents them as being like very white and, you know, pale and like angels, and they are the good guys. And you have, you know, the Cullens coming to Forks and, you know, being like the colonizers, I guess, of the place, because you have the Quillia people and the tribe who have always lived there, and their presence like triggered them to, you know, have like this werewolf transformation happen. So like without the vampires there, the, you know, people in La Push, the tribe in La Push, they only transform and become werewolves because it's like a reaction to, you know, the colonizers coming in. And it's almost like the Cullens do that like intentionally as well. Like the Cullens could go anywhere really. They could. Like they left during New Moon and they seem to be absolutely fine during that. But they choose a specific place where Native American people live, and their presence, and not just their presence, but like when the vampires come in, like Victoria, Laurent, James in the first book, when that happens, it triggers the, you know, the werewolf transformation in the Quilliat people. So yeah, it's like they've come onto their land and they're doing this to them, but it's like, it's so purposeful. it's supposed that the Cullens could live anywhere, but they choose to live there. And this is what happens to them. There's actually quite a lot of recurring stuff like that feels very abusive to the women in this series. Like I'm, partway through Breaking Dawn, for instance. I'll talk more about Breaking Dawn when I, properly get to it. I want to finish it first. But like what I have read is like the scenes between Bella and Edward. They're, being more sexual, and Bella is left with like bruises all over her body and things like this. And I don't know, like there's been a lot of imagery so far of, domestic abuse, like in women surviving domestic violence. And that's exactly what happened to Emily. And yet we seem to sympathize, or like Stephenie Meyer wants to force us to sympathize with the person who harms the woman. And it's always the women getting harmed as well in these situations. So like when Edward leaves Bella in New Moon, like he's constantly apologizing for it and all this, that and the other. And she's forgiven him. And she's like, oh, there's nothing really to forgive or anything like that. It's like all these men, these manipulative and abusive men, get away with everything. All they have to do is apologize and grovel and it's all okay. You know what I mean? So like the whole stuff with Emily and Sam is very disturbing when you look at it from that kind of angle. And I don't know why there's just been a lot of kind of domestic violence and, like sexual violence and sexual abuse. And it's the same with like when Jacob forced himself onto Bella in Eclipse. And now like Bella, the whole thing kind of shifted. And Bella is the one who's apologizing to Jacob. And Jacob's like, well, you should not have let me on. You should not have kissed me if you didn't really mean it and stuff like this. And Bella's like begging for his forgiveness. And it seems like Stephenie Meyer is wanting us, the reader, the way she presents it, as like, oh, we should forgive Jacob. Or like Jacob isn't even in the wrong to begin with. Like that's the way it's kind of coming across as. And another thing that I discovered as well while watching these videos was that in the illustrated guide, which I do not have, it goes more in depth because with Stephenie Meyer, she did not want any people of color playing the Cullens in the first Twilight movie. And I believe she got really upset with the director of that movie because the director wanted a more diverse cast, but Stephenie Meyer said no to that. And after that happened, Stephenie Meyer, she has an idea in her head of what her story is, which as an author, I totally understand. But when it comes to like diversity and like forcing everyone to be white, it feels a little bit racist. But like in the illustrated guide that came out afterwards, and if this feels like Stephenie Meyer's way of saying, this is like concrete, like this is my world, this is my vision, and anything against this will, not be part of like the actual series, like it's not canon. And so in the illustrated guide, it talks about vampire skin, and whenever someone gets turned into a vampire, there is like a vampire venom that goes through them, which we've seen, but the venom leaches all pigment from the skin as it changes the human skin into the more indestructible vampire form. So regardless of original ethnicity, a vampire skin will be exceptionally pale. So essentially it gets rid of the melanin in your skin. So if you are black, if you are Asian, if you are brown skinned, anything like that, then as soon as you get bitten by a vampire and you start turning into a vampire, according to Stephenie Meyer, this removes all color from your skin and you just become white. Like, so everyone becomes white. And again, that kind of eerily feels like when all of those, Native American children were assimilated into Mormon homes. Like they thought or they believed that when they are more civilized and they learn the Mormon way, that they, then become white, So like it feels a little bit eerily like that. And also the fact that this whole process is called beautification as well. So by turning, black people into white vampires, turning brown skinned people into white vampires, that's called beautification. So again, like that is very... it's not good. And that's to put it very lightly. And also I did pick up on this during like reading it, but again, I didn't talk about it during my Eclipse moment because we do get Jasper's backstory, and I did mark it off and I want to talk about it in this section because again, it kind of goes into that kind of like racist angle a bit because we have Jasper, we get his backstory and it's treated in a way that his entire circumstance, we're supposed to be sympathetic towards Jasper. But Jasper, he says, when I was human, I lived in Houston, Texas. I was almost 17 years old when I joined the Confederate Army in 1861. I lied to the recruiters and told them I was 20. I was told enough to get away with it. So we have, Jasper, 17 years old, desperate to fight for retaining slaves and for being against slavery being abolished and things like that. Like, I don't know a whole lot about American history, as I've said, but I do know enough about the Confederate Army and what they stood for to know that that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. And to have Jasper be a soldier who fought for that is rather concerning. However, like if Stephenie Meyer had have mentioned something about, oh, Jasper changed his ways after, learning that slavery was wrong and that what he was fighting for was wrong. And if we had have leaned more towards that, and we saw throughout like the last 200 years that Jasper's been alive, his change and his like acceptance of, like Black people, essentially, then it wouldn't have been as bad, because I imagine vampires, like any vampire from like the 1800s who was like turned, would have been probably part of that. And that could have been like really interesting to highlight just how awful that time was. But instead, we get this like backstory of Jasper being turned by a Mexican woman as well, and painting her in a very bad light, even though the Mexican woman is fighting for her land, fighting for her territory, and yet we have all, sympathy towards Jasper. Nothing about what Jasper was actually fighting for was highlighted. None of that was shown to be a bad thing. Instead, we just sympathize with the person who fought in the Confederate Army. And after reading that as well, I was like, oh, that's so iffy. Where you have a world where it seems like the author, and again, I don't want to like enforce too much on and like make you guys think a certain way or anything like that, but like just judging from the research I've done and seeing all the videos and the topics of conversation about it from actual like Native Americans, from actual Black people who have read the story and watched the movies as well, and everyone else who has consumed it, who has a lot more like diverse experience than I'm listening to them and I'm listening to what they're saying about it, and I'm like, oh my god, like, that's kind of like over my eyes. We got Stephenie Meyer, Mormon, we have like this history between Native Americans and Mormons, and then we have the Twilight series, the way it's written by Stephenie Meyer, this Mormon. And this is, I haven't done enough research into Mormonism to know exactly what all of the ideals are in this, that, and the other. So like, I'm not saying, all Mormons are bad, because I don't know enough about it. I will be doing my research. I'm going to be, consuming as much as I possibly can, so I learn more about it, and that's the only thing I can do. But yeah, the stuff with like the Native Americans, and there's like so much more as well on that topic. There's so much more about the representation. I still just can't believe Stephenie Meyer took a real life tribe and put them in her story. Like, she didn't even make something. She actually took a real life tribe. Oh my god, like that is like wild to me. I didn't realize she did that. Also, there might be some like anti-LGBTQ plus as well. So when Stephenie Meyer in an interview was talking about imprinting, and honestly, like I wouldn't want anyone who is LGBTQ plus to imprint, because that is just like the worst thing I've heard. But she does say that imprinting happens by a man to someone of the opposite sex. She specifically says of the opposite sex. So imprinting can never happen between two people of the same sex. Which honestly, thank fuck, because imprinting is just awful. The stuff that I've read in Breaking Dawn so far, I'm now on Jacob's POV. Oh my god, like, yeah, like, so the representation of like imprinting and the fact that only werewolves are doing it, and aka the Native Americans are doing it, and the way that they make them seem predatory and pedophilic and violent, and they can easily hurt someone like at a moment's notice without warning, and they seem so uncivilized and smelly and dirty and stuff like that. It's like, oh my god, like the way that she's presented this tribe is genuinely disgusting. I will say that it's genuinely disgusting. And obviously I had such a visceral reaction to, Jacob's, forcing himself on Bella, the sexual assault there, which honestly, as a human, like human to human, that is like an awful thing. But to realize that Stephenie Meyer is portraying Native Americans in such an awful, awful way, it's kind of just like hammering more the idea that we are moving away from any kind of idea that the werewolves are potential love interests or potentially good for Bella. We are moving away more and more from the idea that, the werewolves are desirable. We are moving away from that, like, so much over the course of these books. Like, they're not desirable. They're not, someone we want to be around because they're violent and unpredictable. And yet the vampires, they're our saviors. Like, they have better control. And every time you see them, they're always like, well, if they do something wrong, they're always forgiven, So it's like, it's such a slippery slope. It is a massive thing to discuss and talk about, and hopefully I've like mentioned some things that have hopefully like resonated as well. But again, I do want to say that if you love the series, this is not me calling you out. The first Twilight book does have such a like a nostalgic place in my heart. The Twilight movies I have not rewatched, which I still need to rewatch at the moment of filming this. And like, they held such a special place in my heart as I was a teenager myself and I was growing up, and all of that meant a lot to me back then. So like, this isn't me saying, hey, like the series is so problematic, if you like it then you're problematic too. I am not saying that at all. So please don't leave comments being like I don't want any of that. But I do think it's important to at least acknowledge that this series is not perfect. It is not perfect. There's so many things wrong with it, like so many things. And I'm just like shocked how many things is wrong with it at this point. I didn't think it was like this much, but it really is. But yeah, like, you can still enjoy the series. Like, I'm trying not to take anything away from you. I just hope that you can read it yourself and kind of know the context and realize that, oh yeah, like, this is harmful to Native Americans or, to Black people who read this story, because it's like trying to erase them, or it's trying to paint them in a very bad light, because that's exactly what, like, my interpretation of it is reading the story. I knew something was off. I knew something felt unsettling, but, digging into it a little bit deeper has, like, really helped me to open my eyes to it. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say about that, and I wanted its own, like, section for it. Hopefully that came across as, there's definitely, like, way more to say about it as well, but, like, hopefully that came across enough that, you can take something from that. And yeah, we'll get back on with reading the series. I still have like 500 pages of Breaking Dawn I have to read, and then that's my initial Twilight Saga journey over. And I can't wait to wrap up the series and let you know my thoughts on Breaking Dawn. Very excited to get to the end of it. I have finished Breaking Dawn, which means I have finished the original Twilight Saga quartet. And oh, it feels so bittersweet for them. No, I came into this book with some high hopes because I kind of vaguely remember Breaking Dawn Part 1 and 2 of the movies. And I do know there are, like, very big, massive moments that I thought would be really embellished and probably drawn out a little bit better in the book, because you have the page count. This is the longest book so far, 641 pages in my edition, and I genuinely thought, we have massive moments like Bella and Edward's wedding, we have Bella getting pregnant and giving birth, we have the Volturi coming and things like that. But oh my gosh, I'm actually very surprised. Oh, and also, let's not forget Bella and Edward's first time doing it. But I'm actually very surprised at like how little is kind of described in this. In the things that we've been building to just kind of felt very underwhelming, unfortunately. Like, we do have some massive moments, like in terms of plot, we do have a lot of those massive things happen, but I really do feel underwhelmed by those moments. So grab yourself a hot drink. Again, I know you need a refill. You're probably watching this for like, what is it, like 3-4 hours at this point? Grab yourself a refill. I did a poll on my YouTube community page, so don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. I did a poll on my YouTube community page about 5 days ago, and I said, I want to say something. Are you Team Edward or Team Jacob? And I did really want to say, what the response would be. A lot of comments said neither, and honestly, I do not blame you guys whatsoever. A lot of you said like Team Alice, Team Carlisle, things like that, which honestly, again, I can see why. But Team Edward and Team Jacob are like the only two like legitimate teams that Bella would have gone down. But also, at the end of the day, I genuinely don't think she would have ever gone with Jacob. It was always going to be Edward from the beginning. But 66% said they were Team Edward and 34% said Team Jacob. So Team Edward is, you know, in the lead, and there isn't really that much of a massive difference between them. And I'm assuming a lot of people who voted are probably voting because they themselves have read the book, or they might have just seen the movies. So that kind of result, I can't like confirm or deny whether or not it's like based solely on the books or solely on the movies, or a mix of two. I think it's probably a mix of the two. But yeah, I will say I'm also like team neither of them, but I would pick Edward over Jacob, like 100%. And I was a little bit scared when I started reading this book and I saw it was split into 3 parts. We have Bella's POV, and then we have Jacob's POV, and then we have Bella's POV again. I will say that Jacob's POV, it starts off really rough. It really does. And I was like, oh my God, why am I reading like the worst book ever? But then we do get like a lot of, you know, character growth, apart from, you know, his assault on Bella, and apart from his, you know, like imprinting on a child. We do have like actual character progression for Jacob. We see him with, you know, well, actually, I'm going too far ahead. Let's start with Bella. Okay, we start with Bella. She is now no longer that relatable teenager. Well, I mean, I say relatable. I mean, there were some parts of Bella that I related to in the first book, but all of that relatability is now pretty much gone. It's like non-existent by the time we get to Breaking Dawn. And I do want to say as well, like, I know like probably a lot of Twilight fans watching this, I don't want to just like shit on Twilight and like be awful and stuff. I do actually like this book at points, and at other times, like really not really. And I don't think this is the worst book. I do think New Moon is still my least favorite, but this, you know, would be my 3rd favorite, I would say. But yeah, Bella now has a new car. She has an acceptance into an Ivy League college. She has a shiny black credit card that fell right on the back pocket. And like, I get it. Like, this is probably part of being a Cullen at this point, and being like days away from getting married to a Cullen. But you really do feel like this entire series has shifted so dramatically. And you know what? You could call this almost a coming of age, but quite not, because I don't really think, again, like there was like a healthy kind of character growth or a healthy coming of age kind of story out of this. But, you know, you would say that, oh, Bella maybe spiritually grows up as the series goes on, and definitely physically as well. You know, she is a little bit older than she was in Twilight, and people change. I absolutely agree. But she is very different to the Bella we meet in Twilight. She is almost like a totally different character in general. And there are parts of this book, like in the latter half, where that is a good thing. But like right now, it's kind of just like, oh yeah, like she has it all now. You know, she has the perfect fiance, she has a credit card, she is able to afford things, she's rich now, she's stinking rich. And I don't know, it just feels so different. I was interested in the fact that Jacob was missing. There's a lot about the movies that I can't really remember too much of, so I wasn't sure if Jacob was going to make it to the wedding or not, or how the conflict between like the werewolves and the vampires kind of come to a head in this final book. Well, not final book, we do have more, but like, you know what I mean, final book in the original series. But also, I feel like Stephenie Meyer changed her mind about werewolves by the end of this book as well, because now they're being called shifters. Like, they're still called werewolves to begin with, but then at the end of the book, they're like, oh, they're actually like shifters. There are real life werewolves, you know, in this world that, you know, do change at the full moon, although silver bullets are a myth. But we do actually have this distinction that, oh, the Quileute tribe and like Jacob and everyone aren't really werewolves, like we've been said this entire time, but they're actually shifters. They're actually like shape shifters, which I find so bizarre. It's almost like Stephenie Meyer kind of saw maybe some backlash about the whole like werewolf thing. Like, she already transformed the whole vampire thing to, you know, sparkling vampires in the sunlight. But maybe people were pissed that, oh, so werewolves are only existing because they have to combat against vampires. It kind of really does change what a werewolf is in general. Like, oh, it's also like genetic as well. It's not like you get scratched by a werewolf and you turn or anything like that. So like, I wonder if maybe Stephenie Meyer saw that and thought, you know what? You guys are right. I need to change them from being werewolves to shapeshifters. Absolutely, you know, that probably works better in her favor. But like, we still get them werewolves at the start, and because of like the union between Bella and Edward, It says, it was proof though that the things didn't have to be this way, that vampires and werewolves could get along just fine, thank you very much, if they were of a mind to. And I feel like that's more in reference to the werewolves, almost like saying, oh, if the oppressed would just get along with their oppressors, then everything would be okay. Like, that's how it kind of comes across as, especially since the whole reason that shifters in the series exists in this context is that their only existence hinges on the fact that the Cullens have come to Forks and they are on their land, and it triggers their transformation. I was very excited to find out how Charlie would react to the wedding, and he doesn't really have that big of a reaction. He actually like laughs, which I do find kind of funny. I doubled over in laughter. Okay, fine, get married, but you have to tell your mom. I'm not saying one word to Renee, that's all yours. And Renee actually does have like a really nice response to the wedding, or the idea of the wedding. And she's like, hey, you're your own person and you're going to make your own mistakes, and that's fine. It's kind of a good response from Renee because she isn't really given too much judgment. She's just kind of sharing her own wisdom, but also being like, hey, you're your own person. My mistakes are not yours. There's a little bit of lore building at the start of this book. You know, the immortal children are mentioned and how bad they were and how much they scarred like the vampire psyche. So that kind of adds to the later revelation that Bella is going to have a child with Edward, not just because of the dreams that she's been having, because every single book we've had dreams to prophesize what later happens in the book as well, but we do have those little drops in before we get to the wedding. And unfortunately, like, the wedding is just like such a flyby visit. Like, we have Bella walking down the aisle on page 41 and it's pretty much over on page 42. Like, we've been building up to this. Like, I thought if this was going to be treated as like a romance, because I do think Stephenie Meyer prioritizes romance over fantasy in her series, then why was the wedding so short? Like, we barely got the build-up. We barely got like the descriptions of everything that went into it. And Bella's like, oh, everyone took control of the wedding so I didn't have to think about it, blah, blah, blah. But I'm like, but Bella, you're the first person point of view main character. If you don't do anything, then we don't get to see anything. And we didn't get to see anything in the build up to this wedding. And it feels so deflating because, like, I mean, I couldn't have cared less at points, honestly, but I'm just like, oh, well, if you're going to build up to this moment and then totally under-deliver, then I'm going to just walk away disappointed. And all I could picture during this entire scene as well was freaking, I'm gonna marry Edward. Did you ever watch The Hollywood Show? Honestly, I loved them back in the day. And their parodies would just like make my life. Like, I'll always remember the Breaking Dawn Part 1 parody, where literally Bella was like, I'm gonna marry Edward. I won't give up on my life. It's so funny. And then when Edward is like, you're having my baby. Oh my god, I feel like it's kind of ruined. You know, kind of like how Scary Movie ruins Scream a lot of the times. I do feel like the Hollywood Show ruined the Twilight series. That's probably like such a niche thing of me to say, but oh my god, if you haven't seen the parodies, obviously the Breaking Dawn Part 1 one always tickled me. Yeah, she's walking down the aisle, could hear the murmurs and rustling of the audience. All I really saw was Edward's face. Yeah, because everything is about Edward as well. Again, remember, even the theme of the wedding, Renee thought it was, you know, based around the ring, the wedding ring. But Bella says, actually, it wasn't. Well, she doesn't say this to Renee, but she's like, oh, it wasn't based around the ring. It was all based around Edward. So again, like, we have this like fixation on Edward rather than the actual bride. And all Bella says is Edward. I touched the cool miracle of his skin and I was home. Very romantic in theory, but get a life, girl. I didn't realize I was crying until it was time to say the binding words. I do. I managed to choke out in a nearly unintelligible whisper, blinking my eyes clear so I could see his face. When it was his turn to speak, the words rang clear and victorious. I do, he vowed. Mr. Webber declared us husband and wife. If this is what she wanted all this time, who am I to stand in the way? I would have stood up and said I object. I think both of you need therapy. But who am I to stand in the way of true love? As heterosexual as it is. But that's pretty much it. Like, all the build-up and everything is over in like 40 pages. And this is like the longest book. Like, we still have 600 pages to go. Stephenie Meyer could have really embellished this whole thing, really hammed this wedding up. And yeah, I feel like if you are like a strong Bella and Edward fan and you absolutely love their romance and everything, which I'm not going to judge anyone for, but like, if you're a huge fan of that, like, how can you walk away from this feeling satisfied? I would not have felt satisfied if I was a genuine Bella and Edward stan. And all I'm going to have for the rest of this review stuck in my head is, I'm going to marry Edward. Good grief. Jacob doesn't come to the actual wedding, but he does come to the reception afterwards. And Jacob, you can see he's like kind of trying to just like accept it until he finds out that Bella says she wants a real honeymoon. And he's like, what do you mean have a real honeymoon while you're still human? Are you kidding? That's a sick joke, Bella. And I don't get Jacob's rage here. Like, obviously he doesn't want her to like get turned into a vampire and stuff like that, but she's like, oh, I want a real honeymoon as a human. And he's like, what? A real honeymoon while you're still human? Are you kidding? That's a sick joke. I'm just like, what was the joke? Like, I don't understand Jacob's rage here. Bella, have you lost your mind? You can't be that stupid. Tell me you're joking. Bella wants to have a real honeymoon as a human, and like is like, are you kidding me? What is Jacob's problem there? And he even says to Edward, I'll kill you. I'll kill you myself. I'll do it now. I'm just like, what set this off? It doesn't make any sense. So I'm going to skip by that. We get to Isle Esme, and it's a foreign island that they own because, of course, a gift from Carlisle. Esme offered to let us borrow it. Who gives an island as a gift? Like, I agree. Like, we're getting further and further away from relatability here, which I do love a good fantasy, don't get me wrong. I love the idea of being, you know, whisked away to a private island and you can have all the lovemaking on it that you want and stuff like that. But at the same time, I'm like, damn, again, like, this is so different to the first book. And so I am very fortunate that we do not get to see any of the lovemaking or anything, because again, this is like a teen book. I never want sex scenes in my teen books. If this had been an adult series, I do feel like this would have gone down a lot better because Bella would have been an adult and not a teenager. But yeah, we're going to have the fade to black moment. And it is a little bit confusing after though, because Bella doesn't even remember it happening, kind of. And Edward's like, how badly are you hurt, Bella? The truth, don't try to downplay it. And Bella's like, hurt? She's kind of confused herself. And Edward's like, stop acting like I'm not a monster for having agreed to this. Look at yourself, Bella, then tell me I'm not a monster. And then I mentioned this in the section about the Native American representation, like very briefly. So I have mentioned like this a little bit before. But yeah, Bella has large purplish bruises. We're beginning to blossom across the pale skin of my arm. My eyes follow the trail they made up to my shoulder, then down across my ribs. Put my hand free to poke at a discoloration on my left forearm, watching it fade where I touched and then reappear. It throbbed a little. And Edward is begging for forgiveness. He's so sorry. And like, it's hard to kind of really analyze this because we know that there's a strength imbalance between the vampire and the human. But like, I don't understand the fascination why Stephenie Meyer likes to have people resemble domestic violence abuse victims and then still have them be utterly and completely devoted to the person who has harmed them. So again, like we had Sam and Emily, and now we have like Bella and Edward. And I know like Bella is saying, oh, like I want sex with you and I want this to happen. Like I don't care if you hurt me. I get the risks. I understand the risks and stuff like that. But I'm just like, maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe I'm being a little too sensitive about it. But like, just like the idea that Bella is just covered in bruises and we have Edward being so apologetic and things like that. I'm just like, it resembles real life a little bit too much of like those really, you know, awful domestic abuse cases. So I'm just like, this doesn't feel romantic to me at all. And I don't understand why Stephenie Meyer thought that writing that would feel romantic. You know, it's Bella and Edward's first time and she's absolutely covered in bruises. And Bella's pissed at him because Edward is killing her buzz. And I've got a twitchy eye right now. Oh, God. I'm gonna marry Edward. And then we have them have sex again. And Bella asks Edward if she is forgiven. And Edward is like, I'm thinking about it. So again, like that kind of rhetoric as well also reminds me of domestic abuse victims who feel so scared of their partner that they feel like they have to kind of apologize to the person who abused them rather than the other way around. You know, it just feels eerily similar to that, which is why I don't love anything that happens on Isle Esme. And I grew up on True Blood. Well, I didn't grow up on it, but like I was a huge fan of True Blood back when it aired. And like that has like hot vampire shenanigans, you know? Again, I don't understand why Stephenie Meyer went this route. She didn't need to. She didn't need to go this route where Bella looked abused after sex and then be the one to apologize to Edward for saying, oh, I want sex with you because you're my husband. Bella is the one who has to apologize for that. And it's the exact same thing that happened with frickin' Jacob when he sexually assaulted her, and Bella is the one who's apologizing for leading him on, despite her saying no. There's just like a whole lot of blaming women in this. And I don't understand because a woman wrote this, right? Stephenie Meyer is a woman, right? Oh, Bella gets like so hungry. And if I hadn't already seen the films to know what happens, I would have assumed that she was like instantly pregnant. And it is, again, like, weird though, because you're like, well, how is a dead person going to produce sperm and get a human pregnant? And I don't think that's really explained, to be honest. I don't understand how Edward is still producing sperm as his body is like dead. But it is like kind of tried to be a little bit explained. And it's kind of connection to Rosalie, who did want a child. Bella says Rosalie could not conceive a child because she was frozen in the state in which she passed from human to inhuman, which shouldn't that also apply to Edward? Like, he should be frozen then. Like, he should not be producing sperm because his body cannot change. Totally unchanging, and human women's bodies had to change to bear children. Constant change of a monthly cycle for one thing, and then the bigger changes needed to accommodate a growing child. Rosalie's body couldn't change, but mine could. Mine did. Men had no such thing as childbearing years or cycles of fertility. No, but they still do need to produce sperm, Bella. One man on Earth would have the restraint necessary to test the theory with a human woman or the inclination. Because yeah, like if a vampire tried to have sex with a human, they would not have been able to control their bloodlust because it's not supposed to be that common. However, most of the vampires we meet in the series are absolutely fine around humans. They might have a bit of a bad smell, but the more we find out about vampires, the more fine they are with other humans. Like, I don't get it. I find like a little bit imbalanced the world building of this to say, oh yeah, the Cullens are like one of a kind. They're the only kind of like family who like live in peace, or at least a family that is big enough to be called a family. Despite meeting a million new vampire characters in this, where I could not tell you half of their names. But no, it just feels like Stephenie Meyer's world building kind of slipped by this point, and now she's just like writing what she wants to write, which as an author, well, I'm not an author, but like as an author, I can imagine that she is just wanted to write what she writes. This is her world, this is her fantasy, and she's absolutely in her rights to do that. Write what you want, girl. But you know, if you want me to think it's logical within your own world parameters and your own world rules, then at least make it make sense throughout the entire thing. Don't just start changing your mind about things, like making the werewolves into shifters instead. And I'm just like, oh my god. I do love the fact that Bella turns to Rosalie for help with this because she knows that Rosalie is the only person who will listen to her, because Rosalie has mentioned herself that she wanted children, and Edward is like horrified by the fact that Bella has this thing growing inside her that's growing very rapidly. So we will come back to this body horror in a second. We actually then move to Jacob's POV, and we got some things to discuss. So I totally understand the need to have Jacob's POV in this, because I feel like Stephenie Meyer probably wanted a kind of happy ending for Jacob, and maybe wanted to wrap his storylines up and have his progression as well. And also because, you know, Bella's now going through something that would have been rather traumatic to read about coming from her inner POV, where her body's changing, this baby is growing inside her at a rapid rate, she'll be in pain a lot, she'll not be able to do much either, she'll most likely have been lying on the couch for most of it, and we wouldn't have seen anything. So at least Jacob's POV allows us a bit more of an outside perspective. So I did like that we got that, but my god, like, wait. Well, firstly, you know what I mentioned about like how the Native Americans are represented? Like, instantly Jacob is punching people and being so violent and uncivilized, but it's also the imprinting that is a huge issue here. So he's saying about, you know, imprinting is that it's mandatory love at first sight. So again, like, we have imprinting being like, well, at least when Jacob first mentioned it was like, oh no, it's kind of just like a thing where, you know, gravity moves and you just want to protect that person for the rest of your life. It isn't always romantic and stuff. But yeah, this book keeps proving that wrong. And oh my god, so you know how Quill imprinted on the baby Claire? Like, she was like, what, 2 years old in Eclipse? Well, she's turned 3 now. And Jacob watches Quill play with Claire. And he had the gignotala by the ankle when I reached them. She let go of me and ran to Quill. He scooped her up and slung her onto his shoulders, and is playing with her like a father plays with their daughter. You never saw a real parent so jazzed to play whatever stupid kiddie sport their rugrat could think up. I'd seen Quill play peekaboo for an hour straight without getting bored. So he's actually acting like a proper father. Jacob says, this is so gross, Jacob says, though I did think it sucked that he had a good 14 years of monkitude ahead of him until Claire was his age. For Quill, at least, it was a good thing werewolves didn't get older, but even all that time didn't seem to bother him much. Oh my god, like, he's playing with a 3-year-old baby. Isn't this like the most vile, gruesome, disgusting thing you've ever heard? 14 years of monkitude. Wait, so 17? And Jacob asked Quill, do you ever think about dating a real girl? I mean, just for now, because we all know that you're going to get with this 3-year-old, you're going to get with 3-year-old in 14 years. And Quill's like, I hadn't thought about it. And Jacob says, I bet she'd understand, you know, when she's grown up. She wouldn't get mad that you had a life while she was in diapers. It gets worse. Stephenie Meyer, why would you fucking write that? And Quill says, I can't say it. I can't imagine. I just don't see anyone that way. I don't notice girls anymore. You know, I don't see their faces. And that is a product of the imprinting. Because again, he keeps saying, oh, it's not a romantic thing or anything like that. When you have imprinted on someone, that's it. They're your person. You will never, ever be able to fall in love with anyone else because that person, that baby, is your one true love. And when that baby turns 17, because you've been with them your entire life, you've groomed them up to this point, you've made sure that they would want nobody else but you, you're going to get with that baby. Ew! And isn't Stephenie Meyer like writing Jacob and Renesmee and someone else kind of love triangle thing? Isn't she like supposed to be like writing that soon or whatever? Oh my god, absolutely not. Absolutely freaking not. These things are sent to try us. Okay, so Jacob sees Bella for the first time. And yeah, this is where like the body horror really comes in. And I really do like these sections where Bella is not suffering. That seems so awful for me to say. But like, it made it very interesting to see Bella's response to this thing going inside of her and everyone's confusion about it. Yeah, there were deep circles under her eyes, dark circles that jumped out because her face was all haggard. Was she thinner? Her skin seemed tight, like her cheekbones might break right through it. Most of her dark hair was pulled away from her face in a messy knot, but a few strands stuck limply to her forehead and neck, to the sheen of sweat that covered her skin. She was sick, very sick. Her skin turned light green. And Rosalie is like protecting her this entire time, and that makes me so happy, actually. I'm really glad that Rosalie is helping protect her. Bella's body was swollen, her torso ballooning out in a strange, sick way. Like, again, like, the body horror is absolutely, oh my god. Like, when she has to drink blood, when Bella has to drink blood, that made me really gag. Because for some reason, Stephenie Meyer was like, always like sloshing around. Ugh. Girl, honestly, Stephenie Meyer was testing my final fucking limit in this book. It was so weird as well when Edward asked Jacob to procreate with Bella, because Edward was like, well, we don't want this thing to exist. It's going to kill Bella if she gives birth to it. But if you procreated with Bella and gave her a baby, then maybe she would be like, oh, you know what? Yeah, get rid of the baby. Get rid of the thing that's inside me. And I'll try with Jacob. Honestly, this book took so many weird turns for just going in a full 360. We're going in a full 360 direction. There was a lot of interesting stuff with Jacob as well, like outside of that. He does become alpha because he breaks away from Sam, because Sam is like, we have to destroy this baby, even if it means destroying Bella, blah, blah, blah. So I did like some of the scenes with Jacob fighting that and being like, hey, I will protect the Cullens if I have to. And it was nice to see Jacob take that approach and finally be on the side of the Cullens and finally want to defend Bella as well. So, you know, I can't like fault too much of that. And it did mean that there was some drama when it came to the packs. Nice to see Seth and Leah join Jacob as well and break away from Sam. That was pretty good. Yeah, Jacob says, no one could dispute the Alpha's decision except for me. Bonds fell off my body the second that I embraced my birthright. And I don't know why he didn't do that sooner, considering he wanted to like run away from everyone at the very start of the book when he went like missing, because the werewolves can hear each other when they've changed. They could hear Jacob and know where he was. And if Jacob really wanted to get away from everyone, he could have said, well, you know, I reject the Alpha's decision. He could have done that, and then that would have been all fine and well, you know, not having a pack. If you really want to be a lone wolf, pardon the pun, all he had to do was say, I don't want to do it, Sam. And then he'd be his own person. I was standing between you and the Cullens. I won't just watch while the pack kills innocent. It was hard to apply that with the vampires, but it was true. People, the pack is better than that. Lead them in the right direction, Sam. So, you know, like, Jacob does take some, you know, grown-up steps in this. Like, some, not all, but some grown-up steps. So I have to take the wins as they come. You having my baby. Yeah, seeing Bella's bones breaking and stuff. Oh, it's genuine, true body horror, this. Yeah, so back to the imprinting, because that's what I ever really want to freaking talk about. This is, again, like another strike against it, where Sam has a theory that they imprint to carry on the line, to make a bunch of new little werewolves, survival of the species, genetic override. You're drawn to the person who gives you the best chance to pass on the wolf gene. Again, tell me how that isn't, well, romantic in the sense of Stephenie Meyer. Tell me how that doesn't constitute a relationship. Because every single piece of evidence is leaning towards they're all groomers and PDF files. And again, that is such an awful thing that Stephenie Meyer has done to a real life group of people, the Quellia tribe, I must say, It's an awful thing to do to the Native Americans of the story. So I do blame Stephenie Meyer more than I blame the characters. Because Stephenie Meyer is the one with that pen. She's the one with that, or the typewriter. She's the one who's writing all this shit. You're drawn to the person who gives you the best chance to pass on the wolf gene. So Quill, and this 2 to 3 year old baby. You tell me there's literally nobody his age? Like not a single person his age? No one? Why does it always have to be babies? That's another thing. Like whenever you see them imprinting, it's on like someone much younger. Although, I mean, I guess Sam and Emily. But still, that was like fucked up. That itself was fucked up. But why is like the majority of the characters that we see have to imprint? It's a child. It is an actual toddler. Jacob gives permission for the Cullens to break the treaty to save Bella because the baby's coming. The baby's coming now. The baby's coming. There was the strangest muffled ripping sound from the center of her body. Bella, honestly, I feel so bad for Bella in this book at times. Especially having to carry this baby in her body, like ripping itself. And honestly, Bella screamed. Bella vomited a fountain of blood. Ugh. But Jacob was like, hey, save Bella. I don't actually want her to die. Even if it means her becoming a vampire. Oh, another shattering crack inside her body. The loudest yet, so loud that we both froze in shock, waiting for her answering shriek. Her spine, he choked in horror. Oh my God. Oh God, like literally my butt is clenching so hard right now. And it clenched during the entirety of reading this. The end of Jacob's section. And we have a Renesmee come out. We have a Renesmee pop out of Bella. Not an Edward Jacob, which is what Bella was going to call this little thing. But Renesmee. And she absolutely freaking loves merging names together. Why did she not merge Edward and Jacob together? If she was going to call a boy Edward Jacob, why wasn't it like Edwab? Huh? Or Jakewood? Jaywood? Why would she do Renesmee, which is Renee and Esme put together? And also her middle name as well. Renesmee's middle name is Carly, which is Carlisle and Charlie put together. Oh my God. And okay, but this, but I fucking hate this more. I hate it. So, yeah, Bella's now dead. Or at least she's like passed out, like she's not dead. We know she's coming back. But Jacob, there was nothing there, just him working over a corpse. So this body had no more draw for me. A sense of need to be near her had vanished. Or maybe moved was the better word. It seemed like I felt the pull from the opposite direction now. Okay, so apparently this entire time, Jacob has felt this pull towards Bella, which must have been the unmade, like it wasn't even made yet, but like the fetus inside Bella was what was drawing him to her even before she had this fetus inside her. And like he's being moved to somewhere else. Like he's actually can't control himself. He can't control these urges. He has to be moved towards the baby. Warm brown eyes, the colour of milk chocolate, the exact same colour that Bella's had been. My shaken jerked to a stop. Heat flooded through me, stronger than before, but it was a new kind of heat, not a burning, it was a glowing. Everything that made me who I was disconnected from me in that second. I'd never seen the symmetry of the universe before, but now it was plain. The gravity of the earth no longer tied me to the place where I stood. It was the baby girl in the blonde vampire's arms that held me here now. Renesmee. Oh my God, the baby's been out for 2 seconds. And Jacob has already imprinted on her. And I know we're going to say, hey, they can't control themselves. They can't control themselves while like abusive husbands can't control themselves when they beat their wives. Like how PDF files can't control their urges when they see a child. Is that what you're telling me about Jacob right now? He can't control himself? And I'm not blaming you, I'm blaming Stephenie Meyer. Stephenie fucking Meyer. You need to be looked at, girl. You need to be looked at. Call the FBI. So end of Jacob's POV. So that was the end of Jacob's POV. We now get Bella's POV again. And yeah, like she takes to being a newfound vampire so quickly. Like it isn't even a struggle really. Bella's always been able to keep people out of her mind, right? So it's good to like get some explanations in this book, absolutely, about like how she's able to kind of shield herself and that becomes her like vampire power. But of all the newborn vampires that have ever existed, Bella takes to it straight away. She has no struggle. She can be around humans and control herself. And I was kind of really disappointed with that because, Bella turning into a vampire is a massive thing. And I was kind of looking forward to the idea of her having to struggle with that and her having to overcome so much to become, a good vampire and like a vampire worthy of being a Cullen kind of thing. But she takes it straight away. Like she literally goes hunting like less than an hour after she's woken up. And she's good at it as well. She moves herself away from the humans. She snaps herself out of it. She has so much control. And I'm like, Damn, Stephenie Meyer really did not want to do any heavy lifting in this story. She didn't want to describe Bella's wedding. She doesn't want to show Bella's struggle with being a newfound vampire or anything like that. Stephenie Meyer, she said, oh, I have a deadline and it's tomorrow. So Miss Meyer had no time. No time to really delve into the things that we wanted to see. And when I say we, I mean me. I wanted to see Bella struggle. And I also don't understand how Bella has a heartbeat as well. Jacob has her heartbeat change. And then her heartbeat as well at the start of this is like different. Page 330. Like, I've got all my notes written down, don't you worry. Got all my notes written down. Yeah, page 330. My heart took off beating like helicopter blades. And yet, like, later on as well, like, Bella doesn't have a heartbeat. But I'm just like, did Stephenie Meyer forget that vampires aren't supposed to have heartbeats? But like, how did Jacob hear Bella's heartbeat when she became a vampire? How does she have a heartbeat now that's going like helicopter blades? So again, I feel like that was Stephenie Meyer again forgetting her own world rules. Unless you have an explanation for it, I'm willing to learn, willing to accept I'm wrong. But yeah, I really resented the idea that Bella took to it so easily. I was like, full fucking hell. And you know what? I was so looking forward to it because the end of Eclipse, when Bella could see, Brie Tanner and how she adapted to being a newfound vampire and all of that. It was something that I found quite fascinating to see Bella's doubt because she doesn't want to turn out like that and this, that, and the other. And I was like, damn, that could have been so interesting to have seen that. But no. Really, Miss Meyer was like, I'm not going to give people what they want. Yeah, Bella has LASIK now. The baby is growing so quickly as well in a very like scary, terrifying way. And again, like the movie ruined her, that fucking CGI baby. I can't think of Renesmee in this story without thinking of that god-awful CGI baby. Nightmare fuel, honestly. So a big moment that I kind of do remember from the movie is when Bella finds out that Jacob imprinted on Nessie. She gasps. She's like, no, you didn't. I snarled at him. He backed away. It's not something I can control. Any interview with a child predator would say the same thing. You stupid mutt, how could you? My baby? I've held her all of one time and already you think you have some moronic wolfy claim to her. She's mine. I can share, he said pleadingly. You're saying that? Oh my god, can you imagine if you just gave birth and a grown-ass man is like, she's mine. When she grows up, she's mine and she's going to have no one else. You say that to the mother of that child. We can share. Oh, how dare you imprint on my baby? Have you lost your mind? It was involuntary. And Bella's like, why should I listen? And Jacob says, because you're the one who told me this. Do you remember? You said we belonged in each other's lives, right? That we were family. You said that was how you and I were supposed to be. So now we are. It's what you wanted. Him being family in like a romantic sense, because that's the only way that he would have that kind of familial kind of relationship with Bella, is if he is planning his future marriage with this baby. You think you'll be part of my family as my son-in-law? And Jacob was like, no, how can you even look at it that way? She's just a baby, for crying out loud. And Bella's like, that's my point. I don't think of her that way. All I want is for her to be safe and happy. But you know what it leads to. You might only want her to be safe and happy now. You might not be physically attracted to her right now. But you're literally saying, like, every single piece of evidence is pointing towards the fact that you're going to wait until this baby is going to become of age and you're going to break your monkitude of however long you're going to wait for, because Renesmee is like growing up at a fast rate. But like, this is what it's leading to. You're saying literally that you'll be your son-in-law and shit like that. Oh my god. The only thing I liked from this scene is when Jacob calls her Nessie and Bella's like, what did you call her? And Bella says, you nicknamed my daughter after the Loch Ness Monster. I love that moment from the film. I do like that line. I think that's very funny. But the whole entire situation is honestly fucked up. It is fucked up. All this imprinting is fucked up. Oh, I can't even begin to describe. And it's the idea as well that this baby is bringing everyone together. And that's kind of all we needed at the end of the day, like to save everyone, is that we needed this baby to be born, and all the vampire clans and all of the werewolves and the vampires, they can live in harmony because of this baby, brings everyone together. It's just like, there's so much to unpack there. But I did like the idea that the Volturi were coming. And a lot of that was because of Irina. Was she played by Maggie Grace in the film? I seem to vaguely remember that. I liked Maggie Grace in Lost. But I seem to remember that. But honestly, like, she bumps into, Bella, Jacob, and Renesmee in the forest, and she sees from a distance. And look, I'm going to be completely honest. If I saw that baby in person too, I would have also reported that god-awful thing to the Volturi. Saying that baby would have me run into them too. So I totally get you, Irina. You did nothing wrong. So I am really glad that we have like actual drama coming with the Volturi and all the vampires like from all over the world coming to talk to the Cullens and be witnesses to the meeting with the Volturi so that they can explain, hey, this is not an immortal child. This is like an actual half human, half vampire hybrid. This thing has a heartbeat. Blood runs through its veins. Like, it is not a bad thing. But they need witnesses to kind of give the Volturi pause before they do something rash. So I do like the idea of that. I do think like the idea is pretty solid. And I am skipping over a whole bunch of stuff, like the fact that Bella and Edward now have a cottage together, and the whole Emmett arm wrestle thing with Bella. Like, that was a good moment. I did like that moment, but like, I'm skipping over a lot because there was a lot of other things to talk about. And as well as, you know, Charlie meeting Renesmee for the first time. And you know what is kind of sweet? That Charlie kind of wanted to be a grandpa. That was kind of sweet. He has like a little smile. And, you know, Jacob shifts in front of him, which reveals to him there's a world outside of his own. And that was like pretty interesting. I like that. But like, Charlie is like a need to know kind of guy. So there isn't really a whole lot of drama there when it could have been. And he kind of just like clocks on a little bit. And he does say the resemblance and everything. So I did like the kind of bond with Charlie there. I thought that was kind of sweet. And the fact that Charlie actually wants to like come and visit and hang out with Nessie as well it's really nice. But yeah, the Volturi are coming. We're getting so many new characters being introduced from all over the world, essentially. And there's just too many characters to name. Even Jacob is like, how am I supposed to remember all these bloodsuckers' names? And then there's an asterisk. And then the bottom of the page is like, or turn to page 642. And there's like a glossary of all the new characters. I'm like, this was too many new characters to introduce. I'm sorry, but like, it would have been better if we had just like been introduced to maybe a couple and then like just had like a moment where it's like, oh, you know, we built up 17 witnesses over the next like month. And like, we didn't really need to say like so many individual ones, especially when we get into a little bit of racist territory with the vampires from the Amazon. We do get rather a lot of white woman fear from Bella and judgment and prejudice from Bella. Both of them seemed as if they'd been stretched. Long arms and legs, long fingers, long black braids, and long faces with long noses. They wore nothing but animal skins. It wasn't just their eccentric clothes that made them seem wild, but everything about them, from their restless crimson eyes to their sudden darting movements. I'd never met any vampires less civilized. Now, bear in mind, this is the first time she's seen them. She's literally just took one look at them. And this is all of the assumption she has made herself. Bear in mind, they've met quite a few vampires up to this point as well who have introduced themselves that said they would be witnesses, but these are the only two. There's two people from the Amazon. These are the only two vampires who were described in such a negative way. Long fingers, they look stretched. They have animal skins. They are less civilized, and they haven't done anything except just get there. This is literally after one glance from Bella. And the amount of times that she calls them wild. So one of them is Zephrina, and she can make you see things, like she can like pull up an illusion thing. And Zephrina is like so lovely to Renesmee and everything, and like shows her some like amazing things. And Bella says, after that, it was hard to keep Renesmee away from Zephrina and her pretty pictures. I worried because I was quite sure that Zephrina was able to create images that were not pretty at all. So it's kind of like this fear, again, like this white woman fear, that Zephrina has done nothing wrong but like play with Renesmee and show her amazing things. And she's like, yeah, she's shown all of this good stuff. She hasn't done anything wrong, but she could. And does Bella say that about any of the other vampire clans? Does she? No, she does not. And Zephrina is so great with Bella as well. Like, Zephrina like teaches her some like fights and stuff and like actually helps Bella. And Bella's like, I learned several tricks, but I never asked for her help again. In truth, though I liked Zephrina very much and I knew she wouldn't really hurt me, the wild woman scared me to death. Again, she's being called wild. And I just watched a true crime documentary last week called The Perfect Neighbor on Netflix. And it's about this white, awful woman who always called the police on the children playing outside and always, you know, antagonizing the black children on the street. And then when the mother of one of the children, she was called AJ, when she goes to get the iPad back because that awful neighbor took the iPad from that child, the mother knocked on the door to get this iPad back, and the white woman shot and killed the mother, AJ, because she was scared. The white woman was scared behind a locked door. AJ, who was black, and obviously this was a hate crime, she did nothing wrong. She did nothing wrong. And it's the exact same thing here. Zephrina has done absolutely nothing wrong. She's been nothing but helpful. She's been playing with that child. And, you know, she's been showing Bella how to fight. And She learned several tricks. Like, literally, Bella is learning and she's growing from learning from Stephenie. But I never asked for her help again. Why? Why? It's because the wild woman scared her to death. Why? They're both vampires. They're both the same species. The reason why Bella is so scared of her is because she's from the Amazon. Is because she is black. Or at least as black as Stephenie Meyer is willing to make her because of the whole beautification process. And again, like pages later, can you say this? Sabrina asked in her deep, wild voice, staring intently at the three of us. Her English was strangely accented, her words pulling up in unexpected places. Does she, you know, there's an Irish clan as well. Does she ever call their accent weird? Does she ever pull them up on anything? No, she doesn't. She only ever antagonizes the vampires from the Amazon. It's racist. So moving on from that, Jacob has given Renesmee a promise ring. A promise ring to a baby. And when you Google what a promise ring is, it is a ring given as a symbol of commitment or devotion in a relationship, often worn as a precursor to engagement. Obviously, a promise ring could mean so many different things, but we, again, know exactly where it's going to go. We know where it's going to go. So yeah, they've got all of their witnesses, blah, blah, blah. This is such a long book and it doesn't need to be. It does not need to be. But I did love the arrival of the Volturi. And this one I was starting to get gassed up. They moved together, but it was not a march. Their progress was slow but deliberate, with no hurry, no tension, no anxiety. It was the pace of the invincible. It's like, oh, the Volturi are here. They're going to save this book. They're going to make it so exciting. This is page 578, right? And it's all talking. It is just literally all talking. There is not a single fight to be had. Page 628, they kind of go. That's 50 pages. 50 pages of just talking. And this back and forth between the Volturi and Edward, who goes up to Arrow and touches him, and Arrow says, oh yeah, like they're all telling the truth. Like this baby isn't an immortal child, but it's still very interesting. Like we haven't seen anything like this before. Is she dangerous? Like what will she turn into? If only somebody could give us assurance that in the future, like in the definite future, if someone could just give us a vision or something and show me that this baby means no harm, then we will leave in peace. We will leave in peace. So obviously that's when Alice comes in. Alice has been MIA for a while. She went off on her own. She ended up finding another child who was born like Renesmee. And again, like it's too little too late. Like I don't care about new characters at this point. And it was cool that Alice found someone just like Renesmee to show that Renesmee doesn't have a short lifespan. Like even though she's grown very rapidly, she can have a nice long life. So it's absolutely fine. But yeah, Alice finds that and she shows Arrow. And Arrow's like, yeah, you know what? We have nothing to worry about. Let's go. Let's all go. And then that's it. Like there's no epic fight. There's no like pulling off of Carlisle's head or anything like that. And I'm just like, oh, how anticlimactic. The only death that happened was Irina's. So Irina was like mortified by what she kind of did. Like you could tell, especially when she sees her family with the Cullens. And she's like, well, I can't believe I kind of done this. You know, she seemed so different from afar. And she apologizes. And they're like, well, do you have a grievance against the Cullens? Because they killed Laurent. And obviously, you know, Tanya and Irina were like so against that. But Irina's like, no, actually, I don't have anything against the Cullens. So the Volturi kill her because, you know, wasting valuable resources, and they really just wanted to have something over the Cullens. But yeah, so like Irina's like the only casualty. But other than that, honestly, it was so underwhelming. Again, like we had so many great ideas, like the Volturi, all of them coming. The build up to that was so exciting because they were like, even the wives are coming. And like, oh my God, the wives never leave the tower. Like, what are we going to do? You know, and then nothing happens, essentially. Nothing happens. 50 pages of talking. And a lot of growling as well. And a lot of the witnesses blowing smoke up the Cullens' arseholes. Because the Cullens are perfect. The Cullens are amazing. We've seen the love and the bond between this family. And it's touched us all. And we could be better people if we just work together in harmony. And I'm just like, oh, fucking hell. Call me a cynic. But I would have loved it if there had been a bloody fight. So maybe the problem is me. Maybe I just love violence too much. But yeah, honestly, I was reading the full end of this book thinking, is something going to happen? The one thing I did like about the ending though is at the very end, because Bella was learning to use her shield, and again I love the fact that she was more proactive in this book. She became a lot more useful and she wasn't like a very passive protagonist like she has been in the past. She actually wanted to learn, she wanted to fight. And yeah, at the very end, she learned about the shield thing, and she has been, growing her powers. And she lets Edward in. Like, Edward has never been able to hear her thoughts. Nobody really has. But she lets Edward in. And the implication of that is very sweet. It is very nice that she's like, okay, after all this time, I'm going to let someone in. And yeah, that's kind of beautiful. I love the fact that we end it that way. And Edward is so amazed by it. And it really does show like the bond between them is very strong and lovely. Trying to ignore all of the red flags in the past and trying to remain a little bit positive here. But yeah, like it had like a sweet ending with them too. But it was a fight. A fight to read it. Not a fight in the story, but a fight to read it. Like, there's literally like nothing else to say about the whole Volturi thing in the end. Everything we've been building to, there's nothing more to say about it. Because it's just conversation. A little less conversation, a little more action. And while I've been like complaining and I've mentioned so many bad things and stuff like that, like this series has done a number on me, absolutely. But like I partly enjoyed my time reading it. Like, it's very readable. I didn't hate my life reading it. There were definitely parts where I did, but like it's such a moment in time, isn't it? The Twilight Saga. It's such a moment in time. And sometimes it's kind of nice to go back on that nostalgia and feel comforted by it in a way. So while this was my first time reading New Moon, Eclipse, Breaking Dawn, kind of just like being back in the world almost felt a little bit comforting. Again, like not all of it was, but there was still like something about it that kind of kept me reading and not hating my life. It's a very conflicting series. It's a series that I can't fully describe and say that I fully love because I really didn't. But it's definitely something that reminds me of my teenage years. And I'll appreciate that to a certain extent. And I'll always appreciate the movies more until I rewatch them later when I build the LEGO Cullen House. Because I did buy that a few months ago in the Double Stamps weekend. And I still really need to rewatch the rest of the films. But they were a moment in time. They remind me of my teen years. And I'm kind of thankful for that. So love and hate the Twilight series 100%. And hopefully you guys enjoyed the video and you didn't think I was too bad at reading it and reviewing it. I do apologize to all the massive Twilight fans out there. If you were offended or anything like that, I do apologize, but hopefully you can take my words and maybe think about the series a little bit and just, maybe listen to people when they speak up about the problematic elements of Twilight. And nobody's calling you problematic for liking it. I'm not calling you problematic, I promise. I'm glad you can take something from the series. And if this was a series that helped you to get into reading, for instance, then that is an amazing thing, of course. But yeah, I'm glad it's over. I'm very glad it's over. I can move on. And I would like to still try and read the other like spin-off books. I would like to try and read Midnight Sun, Life and Death, and Short Second Life of Brittany as well at some point. So keep an eye out for that. And do like the video if you enjoyed this one. Subscribe if you haven't already to maybe get more videos like this in the future. And yeah, I will hopefully see you next time. And I'm going to go build me a LEGO Cullen House because that's the closest I'm ever going to get to a house like that.
Frozen, I held my breath. Right from the start, I knew that I'd found the home for my heart. Beats fast, colors and promises. How to be brave, how can I love when I'm afraid to fall? Watching you stand alone, all of stand still. Beauty and all she is. I will be brave. I will not let anything take away what's standing in front of me. Every breath, every hour has come to this. One step closer. I have died every day waiting for you. Darling, don't be afraid. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I love you for 1,000 more. And all along I believed I would find you. Time has brought your heart to me. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I love you for 1,000 more. I love you for 1,000 One step closer. I have died every day waiting for you. Darling, don't be afraid. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I love you for 1,000 more. And all along I believed I would find you. Time has brought your heart to me. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I love you for 1,000 more.
I have just finished my binge of New Moon, Eclipse, Breaking Dawn Parts 1 and 2, and I built the entire LEGO Cullen House while watching all of those films, and I managed to finish building the LEGO house just before the epic battle in Breaking Dawn Part 2. And I am going to tell you right here, right now, the films are so much better than the books. So much better. I enjoyed myself so much today. Building the LEGO house was so fun, and I even got a little bit teary-eyed when I reached the end of Breaking Dawn Part 2. The movies are pretty special for all of their flaws. They are pretty special to me, and I will always prefer them over the books that I just read. So yeah. Hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you so much for watching again, and I hope I will see you in the next one. Bye.